Chapter 213. Fu Yuan looked up at the night sky and leaned against the sofa on the balcony on the second floor of Jiang Hai's house. He held a beer in his hand and looked at the automatic barbecue machine spinning on the bonfire in front of him. He listened to the sizzling sound of the oil flowing down from the deer's thigh and smelled the smell that made his saliva secretion accelerate. Fu Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Phew, time really flies. Unknowingly, I've been here for a week. Tell me the truth, do you find me annoying? Oh, I'm really happy that you're here to play with me for a few more days. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai casually took out a dagger from the side, cut off a piece of meat from the spinning deer meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, kid, you really don't know how lucky you are. I feel that this week of mine is the fastest week of my life. I haven't had enough fun yet. Really haven't had enough fun. It's like when I was in school and the summer vacation was about to end. Fu Yuan shook his head and sighed again. Fu Yuan only took a total of 10 days of leave. Including a week, that was 12 days. In addition, he prepared for a day when he came. One day from Bingqing to the capital, one day from the capital to the US, and one day from the capital to the US. There were still 9 days left. Unknowingly, he had already played here for 7 days. Tomorrow was the 8th day. He had already booked a flight at noon. He was going to fly back to the capital from New York and then fly back to Bingqing from the capital so that he could rush to work the next Monday. Yeah, I'm used to my current life. If you want me to go back to my previous 9-to-5 life, I'm really not used to it. The fast-paced life seems to be getting farther and farther away from me. Jiang Hai took a sip of the beer in his glass and leaned against another sofa. He looked at the bright moonlight above his head and the stars beside the moonlight. This was his favorite thing to look at. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm asking for a beating by discussing this with you. When I think about the life I'm going to live after I go back and compare it with your life, I'm reminded of what it means to compare people to die and goods to be thrown away. This is it. Casually stomping his foot, Fu Yuan couldn't help but sit up straight and said with a displeased expression. By the way, you can be considered a rich man now. Let's not talk about how much cash you have. Isn't your property here? You're not short. Although you're not as handsome as me, you're not ugly. Why are you still single? I won't make fun of your 2 daughters and that 8 soft little sister. Looking at Jiang Hai, Fu Yuan asked with a curious face. From his point of view, Jiang Hai could be considered to be rich now. In the country, he had a family worth tens of millions. Yet, he dared to go back and forth with luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women. How could Jiang Hai, a person with a net worth of billions, RMB, not be as good as these little rich kids? He was carefree and had a good quality of life, but how could he not have women? After staying here for so many days, Fu Yuan naturally saw Aphrodite, Dana, and the others. When Fu Yuan saw these beauties for the first time, he felt that his legs couldn't move. After these days of recuperation, these skinny girls who walked out of the police station seemed to have been reborn. They had healthy skin, delicate faces, and thin figures. After doing some farm work recently, they showed a special kind of healthy beauty. Especially because these girls had a special mentality towards Jiang Hai, they would always show some of their sexiness in front of Jiang Hai. Of course, to others, they were very indifferent. After all, their previous experience made it difficult for them to easily open their hearts and let others in. At this time, in the eyes of Aphrodite and the others, the only man who could walk into their hearts was Jiang Hai. Not only could he walk in, but he could also walk around. For this reason, Fu Yuan often used this to tease Jiang Hai. But after Jiang Hai talked about these girls' past, Fu Yuan would not joke about this. After all, it was not appropriate to joke about this. Rolling his eyes at Fu Yuan and ignoring the latter half of his sentence, Jiang Hai continued to say slowly, I am a married man, you know nothing. When he said this, Qi Li's face seemed to appear in front of him. Didn't you get a divorce? Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Fu Yuan couldn't help but ask with some surprise. We didn't get a divorce. The agreement was not signed by Qi Li, so now I am still married. If I want to go to court to sue her for divorce, I can directly divorce, but I want to give her half of it. I will accept half of it. I must get a divorce, but thinking about Delina and Marion, I have a headache. I can't get myself into the police station for a divorce. Rubbing his hair, Jiang Hai said somewhat speechlessly. It sounds very troublesome, but why do you have to get a divorce? Did Qi Li put that on you? Seeing Jiang Hai's frown, Fu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Directly giving Fu Yuan a middle finger, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say sternly, F***ck off. In fact, it was a mistake for me to be with Qi Li. Slowly drinking a mouthful of wine, Jiang Hai let out a long breath, because at this time, he didn't know how to face the feelings between him and Qi Li. Speaking of which, Qi Li didn't owe him anything. When he needed money the most, Qi Li gave him 400,000 yuan, and the only purpose of his existence was to be Qi Li's shield. As the saying goes, take money to solve problems for others. Speaking of which, I was a toad that wanted to eat swan meat. Qi Li's family had already made it clear from the beginning. She asked me to deal with the people in the company and inherit the company logically, and I took the money I needed at that time to deal with my own affairs. Thinking of the things between himself and Qi Li, Jiang Hai took another sip of beer. Back then, I was too naive. I thought that after we got married, she would turn around and look at me. Maybe she would think that I had some redeeming qualities. Even if she really couldn't get along with me, she would tell me so that I could give up on her. But nothing happened. Ever since she left home on our wedding day, she never came back. She never looked at me again. At first, I would send her messages to prove my existence, but the people around her clearly didn't want me to exist. Sigh, as a man, even though I was at my lowest point, it still hurts to be slapped in the face like that. Facing Fu Yuan, this was the first time Jiang Hai talked about his failed marriage in front of his brothers. Indeed, after listening to Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan didn't know what to say. It was said that even an upright official couldn't solve a family dispute. This was indeed the case. From Qi Li's point of view, Qi Li didn't do anything wrong. She didn't have any feelings for Jiang Hai. She only asked him to deal with the people in the company. She didn't need to have anything to do with him. It was understandable that the two of them didn't know each other. It was normal for the people around her to despise him. Who asked him to take a woman's money? And from Jiang Hai's point of view, Jiang Hai didn't do anything wrong. He had already returned the 400,000 yuan. Anyway, he had helped this woman get the inheritance rights of the company. At this time, he didn't expect this woman to look back at him. He just wanted to leave and start a new life because he didn't want to be tied to this woman anymore. Originally, this matter wasn't too difficult to say since they didn't have any feelings for each other. If Qi Li felt that there was something she didn't need Jiang Hai to do, Jiang Hai would try his best to cooperate. Just like a few days ago, when he went home to see his mother-in-law, Jiang Hai really didn't want to say anything, but Jiang Hai still went. However, Qi Li was like this. She didn't say anything, and she didn't ask Jiang Hai to do anything. She just didn't sign. This was what made Jiang Hai the most angry. He felt that he was being played because he was very sure that Qi Li didn't sign because she liked him. There was only one possibility, Qi Li was playing with him. This was the reason why he exploded that night. But as for whether Qi Li thought so, Jiang Hai didn't know, and he didn't want to know, because it was enough for him to think so. You guys are so annoying. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan scratched his head with a headache. Then in this situation, what should we do? Looking at Jiang Hai's more annoyed look, Fu Yuan couldn't help but ask him. According to my lawyer, even if I have to give up half of my family property in divorce, in order to not go to jail, I have to find a person who agrees to marry me. Drinking a mouthful of beer, thinking of this solution, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel helpless. With your current condition, you can find a random person on the street and they will be willing to marry you. What are you worried about? When he heard Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but glare. Jiang Hai's words are wrong. Isn't it easy for him to get married? I've already had an inexplicable marriage. Getting married again, is it because I'm sick, or did you not take your medicine? Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Such a marriage once was enough. Ugh, hee, that's true. Then you can only do as you see fit. Forget it, let's change the topic. You are too serious. By the way, where is the beef you said you would bring me? How is your preparation? When he heard Fu Yuan change the topic again, Jiang Hai also sat up straight. How else can it be? There is a lot in the cold storage downstairs. Take whatever you like. Take as much as you can. I have no problem with it. What the hell, you want me to take it back? Don't you know that it is cold? How can I pass the security check? This has nothing to do with me. I can't give you a box of beef, ha 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 ha. Chapter 2:14. Sigh, I'm not used to it being so cold all of a sudden. Rubbing his hair, Jiang Hai yawned and walked downstairs. Fu Yuan left yesterday. Before he left, he went to the duty-free shops and the tax refund shops in New York. Originally, he only stared at things like mobile phones, computers, and the like, but Jiang Hai didn't let him buy them. Even if he bought them, he would not be able to use them. Mobile phones are cheap in the US, even if he bought them directly. However, the problem was that American mobile phones couldn't be used in China. Firstly, it couldn't be connected to the internet because it wasn't connected to the internet. Secondly, the voltage of all electrical appliances was different. In China, it was 220 volts, but in America, it was 110 volts. I don't know if any of you still remember when you were young, there were some video game consoles from overseas. Those are the red and white games. When you play them in China, you need to install a transformer. That's why it's very troublesome. So, Jiang Hai directly told him that he can bring some makeup products and toys, but not mobile phones and electrical appliances. In the end, under Jiang Hai's suggestion, he bought a lot of American ginseng and maple syrup. These are actually North American specialties. After sending Fu Yuan off, Jiang Hai returned to his normal life. But now, he suddenly felt a little lonely. Maybe they heard Jiang Hai's voice and ran out to play early. Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai also came back from the dog hole specially left by Jiang Hai. They ran to Jiang Hai's side and rubbed their huge heads against his trousers. Jiang Hai casually patted their heads and went to the kitchen. He took out some food from the fridge and prepared breakfast for them. Now, he is not only preparing for himself, but also for Daliana and Marian. To be honest, Jiang Hai is not very concerned about his two daughters. After all, he has not been a father before. Moreover, fatherly love needs to be nurtured from a young age. Just these two girls, who were 13 years younger than him, stood beside him in a delicate and charming manner. It was also very difficult for him to position himself as a father. However, he would still do the things that he should do for the two girls, such as giving them some pocket money and preparing breakfast. Jiang Hai had been in the United States for a while, but to be honest, he didn't like the breakfast that the Americans usually ate. He didn't want to drink coffee when he saw it, and oatmeal wasn't his choice either. Therefore, when he made breakfast, he basically made breakfast in China. In the past, his favorite food in China was tofu pudding, roasted pork, egg burger, or wonton. Noodles were all good. If he was in a hurry, he would make a jianbing. The best food was naturally mixed grains. However, there wasn't much to eat here. He didn't know how to make tofu pudding or wontons. If he ate noodles, he wouldn't be able to eat them when Daliana and Marian woke up. Therefore, the food that Jiang Hai made can be stored for a while. Even if it gets cold, it can also be heated in the microwave. Today, Jiang Hai made an egg burger. He lit a torch and heated the concave iron plate that Robbins helped him to make. Then, he put some olive oil inside. Compared to soybean oil, peanut oil, corn oil, and rice oil, olive oil is the least fragrant. However, this oil is the best for the body. This is recognized by everyone. Therefore, Jiang Hai is now used to eating it. After putting the oil into these grooves, Jiang Hai also poured the batter that he had already prepared. He only poured about half of it. When the batter was slightly hard, he put in the beaten eggs and meat. Then, he poured the batter into another groove. Then, he put the egg burger that was almost baked into the groove and waited for it to be cooked. On top of the egg burger, he could brush some sauce and sprinkle some xiran and sesame seeds. The taste would be very good. In this manner, except for Jiang Hai, the other cowboys and fishermen felt that this was an obvious Chinese breakfast. It was good to eat it occasionally, but if they had to eat it every day, they would rather eat oatmeal. However, the 8 girls that Jiang Hai brought back, as well as Daliana and Marian, liked to eat it very much. First, it was convenient. Second, they almost didn't eat breakfast before. Now that they had something to eat, it was better than nothing. Therefore, they were not picky at all. This made Jiang Hai very happy. He could cultivate Daliana and Marian according to their preferences. However, compared to Jiang Hai, who liked to eat the garlic sauce that he brought back from China, they preferred ketchup. After roasting almost 8 egg castles, Jiang Hai left 4 of them and ate the remaining 4. At the same time, he took out a carton of milk from the fridge. He didn't heat it up, he just ate it with the egg castles. It didn't take long for him to finish all the food. After tidying up, he started to run around the manor. When he returned home, Delina and Marian had already woken up. After washing up, the 2 of them were eating something. After exchanging a simple hand gesture with them, Jiang Hai returned to his room and left with his diving suit. Yes, he was going to continue his work. A few days ago, he checked the money in his bank card. Including the interest of the past few months, there were still $47 million left in his bank card. After deducting the tax money, there was probably less than half of it left. He had to find a way to make money. Perhaps because he was too poor in the past, Jiang Hai didn't have the patience to wait until the cows were sold in April to make money. He had already planned to get the gold coins and sell them before releasing the fry in the next few days. Riding a small car, Jiang Hai soon arrived at the wharf. It was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Since the arrival of the helicopter, the wharf was not as tense as before. After all, before the arrival of the helicopter, Jiang Hai's fishermen had to sail out to patrol, and it would take them a day to do so. But now that they had the helicopter, they could circle the sea in 2 hours if they flew slowly. They could circle the sea twice a day and still have plenty of time to go to the manor. It was much more convenient. "Boss, you're fishing for seafood again." Looking at Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson couldn't help but smile and say. He and Rabinci were the only people in this manor who knew what Jiang Hai was doing at sea. Although they were also curious about where Jiang Hai got the gold coins, they knew that it was better for them not to get involved in this matter, so they wouldn't say much about what Jiang Hai was doing. Even if someone asked, they would just say that he was fishing for seafood. Yeah, do you have anything you want to eat? Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai said tacitly. I don't eat those things. If you have extra lobsters, you can bring us a few. Forget about the rest. When they remembered that Jiang Hai liked to eat sea cucumbers and abalones, Ai Dehua and the sailors behind him couldn't help but shrug. They didn't have any hobbies for these two things. Looking at their appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile and say that wild boars couldn't eat fine chaff, and then he went to sea. Although he hadn't been here for a while, Jiang Hai's sense of location was still good. Soon, he drove to the area near the coral reef. After changing into a washing suit in the cabin, Jiang Hai deliberately made a dummy on the ship. At this time, the dummy was lying in the cabin. This was to deal with Ai Dehua and the others who passed by on a plane. If they saw that he was missing, it would be troublesome. With a splash, Jiang Hai plunged into the water. Not long after he entered the water, his pet, Big Fool, swam quickly over. He hadn't seen him for a week and this guy seemed to have grown up a little. He patted him and then gave him a piece of beef he brought. Then, Jiang Hai took his tools and dived to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the reefs in front of him that he had dug out a lot of holes, Jiang Hai did not hesitate and continued to dig. Just as Jiang Hai was working hard to make money, in the South District of Boston, not far from him, there were also people talking about him. Boss, recently, the police patrol on our side has suddenly intensified. Many of our underlings have been arrested. The situation is not good. Also, the person in charge of keeping an eye on Jiang Hai said that this guy doesn't leave the manor at night. What should we do? In the South District of Boston, in a hotel called Sin City, a man with a mohawk hairstyle said helplessly to a man lying on the bed. And this man's hand was wantonly touching a woman beside him. This woman's body was red and her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't dare to resist at all. Her trembling body and clenching teeth showed her unwillingness in her heart, but more than that, she was terrified. But this man didn't seem to see it, and even seemed to enjoy this feeling. It seems that this Hua Xia is a bit interesting. I didn't expect that not only the Winthrop police would work so hard for him, but even Boston was affected. It seems that I underestimated him. The man touched his chin and muttered softly. As he exerted force with his right hand, the woman in his arms couldn't help but let out a soft moan. However, she immediately shut her mouth and didn't dare to make another sound. Then, he looked at the underling beside him and said coldly, "Pass down my order. It's better for us to behave ourselves for now. Ignore that Jiang Hai for now." Hearing this, the underling next to him could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, boss. But aren't you going to avenge your brother?" "Avenge? TSK, I don't care if that guy dies or not. What I care more about is this $. Someone paid for his life, and I just did what I was told. Now, it looks like I'll have to raise the price." Chapter 2:15. Your gold coins are indeed George III gold coins. There is no problem. Not only do they contain gold, but they also have a certain collection value. I don't know how much you have. If the number is not small, our auction house can buy it all. Putting down the magnifying glass in his hand, the old man sitting opposite Jiang Hai nodded to the middle-aged man next to him. Seeing that the old man had nodded, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hai with a pair of spirited eyes and said with a serious face, "The number is not small." Looking at the old man's eyes, Jiang Hai smiled, picked up the teacup in front of him, and couldn't help but take a sip, but in fact, his heart was blooming with joy. As for Moses Adams sitting next to him, he also looked at his boss with some curiosity. He didn't expect this guy's luck to be so good. Today was the 5th day after Fu Yuan left. Jiang Hai dug out the last box of gold coins yesterday. Then he called Moses Adams. Of course, in addition to Moses Adams, he also called Phillips's people. Although Phillips had cheated Jiang Hai in the manner, Jiang Hai didn't have a way to sell the gold. Although he could directly melt the gold and sell it, Jiang Hai didn't have a way to sell it. But the price is not particularly high after all. The current gold price in the US is about $168 per ounce, which is about 28 grams per ounce. Jiang Hai has tested the gold content of these gold coins, although it is not as disgusting as 18K gold. But it is not particularly high. 15 grams of gold coins, the gold content is about 13.5, which is about 900 gold content. 2 gold coins added together are not even an ounce. Jiang Hai spent half the night sorting out all the gold coins, a total of 43,817. If he sold them only for gold, it would probably only be about 21,000 ounces. 3 or 4 million was the price. Jiang Hai was very unwilling. 3 or 4 million may seem like a lot to others, but in Jiang Hai's eyes, although it was not a drop in the bucket, it was not too tempting either. However, if these gold coins were sold as antiques, even if they were not very valuable antiques, according to Moses Adams' original price of $400 per piece, they would still be worth $16 or $17 million, which was 4 or 5 times the original price. After learning that Jiang Hai had a batch of gold coins that he needed to sell, Phillips was also quite interested in it. After they sold the gem Jiang Hai sold to them, they made a lot of money. Now they are also looking forward to Jiang Hai creating more wealth for them. Early this morning, their New York office sent people over, 1 old man and 1 middle-aged man. The old man was responsible for the appraisal, and the middle-aged man was responsible for the business. On Jiang Hai's side, it was him and Moses Adams. When Moses Adams arrived, Jiang Hai gave him a rough idea of how many gold coins he had. Let's get straight to the point. I have 43,817 gold coins here, and I can guarantee that these gold coins are not from the ship, so there is no conflict of interest. Now, please name your price first. Seeing that Jiang Hai had already picked up his teacup, Moses Adams said directly. He was very confident in this kind of business. Hearing Moses Adams' words, the faces of the 2 people sent by Phillips flashed a trace of unnaturalness. According to the principles of international salvage law, although a ship salvaged from the high seas or from a private fishery belongs to an individual, there are exceptions. For example, if a ship is salvaged from a warship, it still belongs to the country. Unless it can be proven that the ship salvaged is a merchant ship, then it will belong to the salvager. In the world's high seas, there were many shipwrecks, and many people relied on them to make a fortune. But the ships salvaged were worth at least $1 million, and at most hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars. How could the original country of these shipwrecks let go of such a fat piece of meat? Therefore, there were many disputes back and forth between salvage offices on the high seas. This was also a method that Phillips had originally prepared to lower the price, but now that Moses Adams had taken the initiative to bring it up, they really couldn't say anything more. Of course, because Moses Adams was a lawyer, this clause had to be written into the contract. If there was a problem, it would be Jiang Hai's problem. Ahem, since Mr. Jiang Hai has a good working relationship with our company, let's first name a price and round it up. $10 million, and we'll take all the gold coins. What do you think, Mr. Jiang Hai? Now that Jiang Hai and the others had kicked the ball to them, the middle-aged man from Phillips also tried to name a price. But as soon as Phillips finished speaking, Jiang Hai said directly, "See the guest out." Hey, Mr. Jiang, don't be so agitated. Let's talk things over. Seeing that Jiang Hai was about to stand up and send them away, the two men panicked a little. Although there were a lot of George III gold coins in the world, such a large amount of gold coins was really a lot. If these gold coins were brought to Europe, there would definitely be many people willing to spend money to buy one. But they didn't expect Jiang Hai to directly drive them away, which made them a little passive. You also know that I've worked with your company before. I bought this manor for 280 million. You were the ones who scared me back then. Why would I spend 280 million on such a small place? This is already the most expensive place in the United States, okay? If I want a ranch, I can go to Montana. I can buy one 100 times bigger than this for 280 million. If I want a fishing farm, I can go to Florida or New Mexico. I can buy one 1,000 times bigger than this. I can go to the Caribbean and buy an island, you know. For the same price, I can buy a manor in Los Angeles that's several times bigger than this. This is what you scammed me for. But I signed the contract, and I admit it. When I have a business, I think of you first. In the end, you gave me 10 million. Is this your price? You can go. Looking at the two men in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a look of disdain. The more they listened to Jiang Hai's words, the more embarrassed the two men's faces became. When the manor was sold to Jiang Hai, it was indeed a little high. Not a little, it was quite high. After all, this manor was sold to Phillips for 150 million. This was including the money he originally owed, which was the final sum of 150 million. But when it was sold to Jiang Hai, it was sold for 280 million, which was almost double the price. In fact, at most, the highest amount here was 280 million. If Jiang Hai knew a little at that time and found a lawyer first, the price might have been lower than 200 million. After being scammed once, these guys still dared to come again. What were they waiting for? Mr. Jiang Hai, you're a little agitated. After all, I wasn't the one who sold you the manor. How about this, in order to show my sincerity, how about 15 million? Looking at Jiang Hai, the middle-aged man immediately put on a smile and said politely. My client doesn't want to argue with you. Our price is 20 million. Seeing that Jiang Hai had regained control of his temper, Moses Adams glanced at him. The contract had been signed. The money for the manor was definitely not going to be returned, but he would not let go of this gold coin. 20 million. These gold coins are not worth this price. This price is equivalent to each gold coin being worth $456.44, and the retail price of this gold coin is only between $400 and $410 in the United States. After all, Mr. Jiang has a lot of gold coins. How about this, I'll make the decision. 400 gold coins per coin, $800. Seeing that Moses Adams seemed to know the business, the middle-aged man did not beat around the bush and gave a fair price. Indeed, such gold coins were only worth this price in the United States. After all, during the First War of Independence and the Second War of Independence, the British Army at that time used these gold coins to pay their salaries. Therefore, the number of these gold coins in Europe might not be particularly large because most of them were melted down and rebuilt, but there were a lot of them in the United States. In fact, this price had already reached the price that Jiang Hai and Moses Adams had in mind. However, a good lawyer would not show his trump cards so quickly. He rearranged his clothes and looked at the two in front of him and said softly, $430 per coin. I think you won't buy these gold coins to sell in the United States, right? If you want to ship them back to Europe, I remember that the average transaction price of these gold coins in Europe is €410, which is $447. You can buy $17 with one gold coin. More than 40,000 gold coins don't need to be too troublesome to transport them back by plane. More than 40,000 gold coins can let you make $700,000. That's not bad. Hearing Moses Adams's words, the faces of the two men opposite him turned a little ugly. After the two whispered a few words together, the middle-aged man made up his mind again when he heard the old man's words. We have two final prices. One is, as you said, $430 per gold coin, but we need to sign a new agreement with Mr. Jiang Hai. I don't know how Mr. Jiang Hai has these treasures, and I don't want to explore the secrets inside, but if Mr. Jiang Hai has such treasures in the future, I hope Mr. Jiang Hai can sell them to our auction house first. If the price is not satisfactory, we can go to other auction companies. If Mr. Jiang Hai doesn't sign this agreement, our final price will be $415 per gold coin. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the middle-aged man said calmly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked at him with some surprise. It seemed that these people were a little surprised that he had so many treasures, but it didn't matter if they were surprised. They couldn't figure out what was going on with him even if they racked their brains. Moreover, Jiang Hai was about to level up at this time. If he guessed correctly, it should be tomorrow. Chapter 216. Although Phillips was a very shameless business organization, the auction house, he still knew how to do proper business. At least they wouldn't play any tricks when they had a clear agreement. After Jiang Hai took out the gold coins, they carefully checked them. After confirming that there was no problem with all the gold coins, they called the headquarters to send an escort car over to take the money away. When the money was loaded into the car, Jiang Hai had already received the money. According to the price of $415 per gold coin, 43,817 gold coins would be $18,184,055 in total. Looking at the money in his account, Jiang Hai nodded gently. He and Phillips had a private deal this time. They had to trust each other. There was no other way. The taxes in the United States were too high and very expensive. Not only did they have to pay taxes to sell things, but they also had to pay taxes to buy things. Even if the thing was originally yours, you still had to pay taxes. If they really went through the auction house process, then Jiang Hai's 18 million would only be left with 12 million. At least a third of it would disappear from the face of the earth. Not to mention the auction house, they would suffer a great loss. So in the end, Jiang Hai chose a private deal. There were only 2 contracts, which saved him a lot of trouble. At the same time, in the end, Jiang Hai didn't sign the $430 contract. For him, he didn't have a good impression of Phillips. Most importantly, he wasn't an ordinary person. He could ignore the water pressure now, plus he had Big Idiot to protect him in the water. He might not be a tyrant in the water now, but sooner or later, he would be. At that time, if he got anything, he would have to show it to Phillips first. It was too dangerous. At the same time, if Phillips didn't want it and spread the news, then it would be difficult for him to make a move in the future. It would be easy for him to be targeted by the country or people that the thing originally belonged to. The loss would outweigh the gain. 1 gold coin was only $15, which was only a few $100,000 in total. Even if the money fell to the ground in a few months, he wouldn't, he would still pick it up. After all, who would complain about having too much money? However, he wouldn't feel bad if he didn't want the hundreds of thousands of dollars right now, because he had other plans. Don't you feel bad about throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars? Looking at the two leaving with the motorcade, Moses Adams asked cautiously. He didn't know Jiang Hai, but his heart ached for him. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled. This is your legal fee this time. Well done. It's only a few $100,000. If I say that I can earn it back any time, would you believe me? Looking at Moses Adams, Jiang Hai's fingers moved casually. Not long after, a text message came from Moses Adams's phone. Looking at the $1 million in his bank account, Moses Adams's hands trembled a little. He came here to help negotiate the price and look at the contract, and he was paid $1 million. Jiang Hai was really generous. Thank you, boss. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Moses Adams tried to maintain his state of mind and said to him with a smile. It's fine. Okay, I won't see you off. I'll bring you some beef. You can go back. Patting Moses Adams's arm, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Finally, after giving him 5 pounds of steak, Moses Adams drove away excitedly. Looking at his car, Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of Paul's words. Well, it looks like I'm going to buy a few cars. Since I've decided to live here, I'll definitely have to deal with the locals in the future. It's not good to always give people a feeling of impoliteness. Well, I've decided. After I level up, I'll buy a car. Clapping his hands, Jiang Hai also turned and walked into the house to prepare for his first level up. Because Jiang Hai had leveled up once before when he got the Dragon Balls. Although he didn't have any impression of it at that time, he remembered the time. He inexplicably fell to the ground and then inexplicably fainted for a whole day. Last time, it was good that he was at home by himself. Even if he slept for 3 days, no one would know. But this time, it was different. He had a big family and business here, so he had to be careful. So after he came back, he told Delina and Marion in advance that he was going to retreat for a few days. During these days, if he didn't leave the house by himself, they shouldn't enter his room. Of course, Ai Dehua and Luo Binci also said that they thought that Jiang Hai was going to cultivate, but although Jiang Hai wasn't going to cultivate, he felt that it wasn't too far off. In the end, he specially called Schwendiklive. Ever since that incident last time, Jiang Hai called Schwendiklive the next day and told her that his manner might not be very peaceful recently. He told her not to come over for the next few days. Although Schwendiklive was still a little worried about Jiang Hai, after all, the two of them didn't have that kind of relationship. Therefore, other than sending some text messages at night, she didn't come. Jiang Hai should have told her that she was coming. As the time arranged by Jiang Hai approached, the night also fell and shrouded Jiang Hai's manner. Jiang Hai also took off his clothes and lay on the bed, ready to sleep. He hadn't slept so early in a long time. However, in order to welcome the level up, he must be in his best state. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Jiang Hai had been an easily excited person since he was young. In the past, when he was young, there would be a party the next day and a spring outing the next day. He would be in a state of excitement the whole night, not to mention that he could level up at any time. Jiang Hai almost didn't sleep that night. He would wake up from time to time and check the position of the scales on his body. Finally, the moment the rising sun shone into Jiang Hai's room, all the scales on Jiang Hai's python pattern instantly grew. The moment the last scale grew, Jiang Hai felt his eyes light up. The snake on his body seemed to come alive, bringing a whirlwind in the air and plunging straight into his sea of consciousness. As his vision blurred, in the next second, Jiang Hai had already fallen onto the bed with a thud and fell into a deep sleep. On the surface, Jiang Hai's eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was steady. There was nothing wrong with him. However, at this time, in Jiang Hai's sea of consciousness, an earth-shattering change had occurred. At this time, in Jiang Hai's sea of consciousness, only a scene of doomsday could be seen. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and the sea was constantly surging. Tsunamis, wind waves, and lightning intertwined to form a scene of doomsday collapse in this space. The chaos has yet to open and the world is in chaos. Vast and indistinct, no one can see it. Just as the entire space seemed to be about to collapse from this huge force, a deep voice suddenly floated over from the distant horizon. When this voice ended, the trembling of the entire space instantly calmed down. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves of the sea stopped. Finally, a huge golden dragon swooped down from the sky and reflected in the water. Jiang Hai's consciousness seemed to be reflected in this huge dragon sea of consciousness at this time. He only saw the huge dragon stop on the surface of the water. As Jiang Hai's gaze fell, a creature with a camel's head, rabbit's eyes, a snake's neck, a snake's belly, scales like fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow appeared in front of him. The only difference between this creature and the dragon was that the dragon had antlers, but this creature's antlers were two sharp points. They grew from the back of its head and were straight and short without any bifurcations. He deeply felt that he was this creature. Flood Dragon. Unknowingly, a voice exploded in Jiang Hai's ears and this dragon-like creature instantly rushed towards Yun Xiao. Jiang Hai's ears buzzed, but this word was deeply imprinted in his mind. Flood Dragon. From today onwards, Jiang Hai transformed from a snake into a flood dragon. He was no longer a snake, but a flood dragon that was only one step away from becoming a dragon. As he confirmed this title in his heart, Jiang Hai opened his eyes in an instant. The room was still his room. The sun was still floating outside, but Jiang Hai felt that it was not the same day. Jiang Hai picked up the phone beside him and looked at it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Sure enough. Looking at the time on the phone, Jiang Hai's dream could not be said to be short. It had already been 3 days. Then he looked down and realized that his abdominal muscles were more distinct than before. In the past, he could only see them when he exerted force. Now, even without exerting force, he could clearly see the 8 pieces of abdominal muscles that looked like they had been chopped by knives and axes. However, unlike the tight muscles of Asians, Jiang Hai's muscles were not as scary as those of Europeans and Americans. Jiang Hai's muscles were 2 times bigger than those of Asians, but 1 time smaller than those of Europeans and Americans. In addition to being extremely strong and fierce, he did not look disgusting. At this time, there was a circle of black mud on his body. This was the impurities that had been discharged, but it was much less than the first time. Under the black impurities, Jiang Hai could vaguely see that a flood dragon was coiling on his body at this time. The original snake tattoo had become a flood dragon tattoo at this time. When the flood dragon's scales were full, it should turn into a dragon. He did not know if it would really turn Jiang Hai into a dragon, but at this time, Jiang Hai had a clear message in his mind. The current him was much stronger than the him when he was a snake. If compared with force, he could beat 10 of his former self. His physical fitness was originally the limit of a human, but now it was twice the limit of a human. When he was underwater, although he would not be as flexible as a fish, at least he would not be worse than the average marine mammal. Especially in the water, there would be a significant increase in speed. The most important thing was that he finally did not have to bleed anymore. Chapter 217. In fact, Jiang Hai has always been very satisfied with his golden finger. Firstly, he doesn't plan to go into politics or business, and secondly, he doesn't plan to dominate the world. He just wants to live a leisurely life with delicious food and no worries. Moreover, it's best to have a few girls to accompany him. That's the best way to live. So now, except for the girls, Jiang Hai is quite satisfied with the rest. This Dragon Ball has brought him a huge manor, and at the same time, it has given him the ability to improve pastures and creatures. It allows him to eat delicious food every day that he didn't even dare to think about before. The only thing that makes him more annoyed is that he has to bleed from time to time. It turns out that bleeding is very bad for his character. If it weren't for the fact that he bleeds every day, the collection of this book might have increased by a few thousand. Without further ado, after Jiang Hai's level changed from snake to flood dragon this time, his strength once again ushered in an explosive increase. He can speed up in the water, and his body's strength has become twice the limit of a human. In addition, his greatest ability is that he doesn't have to bleed anymore. As long as his blood comes into contact with an object, he can use his ability to inject the power in his scales into the other party's body. It's no longer like before, where he bleeds and drops 3 scales. This time, he can decide how many scales he drops. 1 scale is fine, 3 scales is fine, even 10 scales is fine. And with the different number of scales he drops, the spiritual energy he injects into the other party's body will naturally be different. At the same time, the energy contained in the scales will increase again. Not to mention that 1 scale can replace 5 scales, but 1 scale can replace 3 scales without a problem. It's not difficult to go up to the 5th floor. At the same time, the feeling of a flood dragon is much clearer than that of a snake. Jiang Hai can already feel it clearly. The spiritual energy contained in these scales is also beneficial to humans. 1 scale can bring a person back to life. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but as long as there is still a breath, Jiang Hai can use the spiritual energy of 1 scale to save this person. This is true. The spiritual energy contained in the scales could instantly dispel all the intractable diseases in the human body. As long as a person absorbed 1 piece of spiritual energy, they would be able to return to their most healthy state. As for 2 pieces of scales, they would be able to unlock their potential. This is also what Jiang Hai is most interested in, because it seems that the problem of Delina and the others can be solved. At the same time, Jiang Hai also knows that he used to gain 8 scales every day, not because his manner can only give him 8 scales. It's because in the case of a snake, 8 scales is already the limit. But in these 3 days, when he fainted, the scales on his body have increased from 0 to 36 scales in an instant. In other words, this time, Jiang Hai can gain 12 scales every day. Most importantly, Jiang Hai feels that he hasn't reached the limit yet. And this limit doesn't need to wait too long. After a while, when the millions of fish arrive, Jiang Hai will know how many scales he can gain. But after becoming a flood dragon, Jiang Hai's tattoo, which was originally the same size, has increased from 1,080 scales to 1,620 scales because of the 4 claws. Given the current situation, it's estimated that it will take at least a year for him to evolve to the next stage. Standing under the shower, Jiang Hai took a shower while sorting out his new ability. As his body was cleaned again, he finally controlled all his abilities. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai changed into a clean set of clothes and opened the door. As Jiang Hai's door opened, he heard 2 barks. 3 days ago, little white, little yellow, little yellow, little white, 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 little white and little white rushed upstairs at once. Well, I'm fine. Didn't you see that I'm out? Rubbing the heads of the little girls in front of him, Jiang Hai raised his head and said to Daliana and Marian. But as soon as his voice fell, the 2 girls ran over frantically. One on the left and one on the right, they hugged Jiang Hai in an instant. Bean-sized teardrops silently slid down from their eyes and fell on Jiang Hai's clothes. Feeling the feelings of the 2 girls, Jiang Hai's hands paused for a moment before he hugged them back. In fact, since Jiang Hai decided to take in the 2 girls, the relationship between the 3 of them had been somewhat contradictory. This didn't mean that the 3 of them didn't have a good relationship with each other, because the 3 of them didn't have any feelings at all. Delina and Marian didn't treat Jiang Hai as their father, and Jiang Hai didn't treat them as his daughters. Compared to the relationship between father and daughter, the three of them were more like relatives. Jiang Hai would give them some pocket money and make breakfast for them, and they would also clean the villa in exchange for these. The three of them rarely communicated with each other and rarely spoke. They didn't even have time to meet each other. Therefore, the relationship between the three of them was somewhat awkward. This could be seen when Jiang Hai returned to Bing City. The two girls weren't attached to Jiang Hai. They were used to being independent. However, in the past 3 days, the two girls were really worried about Jiang Hai. Because Jiang Hai had gone to the country, they at least knew what Jiang Hai had gone to do. But Jiang Hai had locked himself in his room for 3 days. If it wasn't for Jiang Hai telling them that they weren't allowed to enter his room, they might have already broken in. They were really afraid that something would happen to Jiang Hai. Firstly, if something happened to Jiang Hai, they would have to go back to the orphanage. Secondly, they were really worried about Jiang Hai. They were worried that something would happen to him. Feeling the hearts of the two girls, Jiang Hai, who originally had a little bit of guilt in his heart, felt a little more comforted. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Hai felt that the two girls' trembling bodies had gradually calmed down. He slowly said in their ears, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. But this time, I have a surprise for you." Hearing that Jiang Hai had a surprise, the two girls straightened their bodies and wiped their tears. Their tear-stained faces and red eyes looked at Jiang Hai pitifully. After a while, Marian gestured, "We don't want any gifts, but you can't do this in the future." Looking at the meaning of her little hand gestures, Jiang Hai could not help but smile a little awkwardly. This was really not something he could control. After all, he was going to level up. This time, he had received so many benefits. He was looking forward to the next level. Therefore, he could only change the topic. "This time, I might have a way to make you talk." Looking at the two girls in front of him, Jiang Hai said seriously. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two girls were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. The disbelief in their eyes was almost engraved on their faces. Looking at the two girls, Jiang Hai smiled. This matter was indeed a little against science, but he was really confident. If it was said that he only had a vague feeling during the first stage, then he was very confident in the second stage. However, he wasn't at ease to use it on Delina and Marian. But he could let Aphrodite and the others try it first. If it was really useful, then perhaps it could create a miracle. Send a message to Aphrodite and tell her that I'm treating her to dinner. Tell her to come over tonight. Looking at the two girls who were still a little bewildered, Jiang Hai patted their heads and took the lead to go downstairs. He naturally had to inform Luo Binci and Ai Dehua about his return this time. They didn't have to worry about the boss. As for the matter of contacting Aphrodite, he left it to the two girls. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delina and Marian also nodded. They were also very curious. They really wanted to talk. They weren't like Aphrodite and Marian who had already accepted their fate. They wanted to hear their own voices and also wanted to speak to Jiang Hai personally. Looking at Jiang Hai's confident look, the little flame in their hearts couldn't help but burn a little more. At that moment, they didn't think much about it. They took out their mobile phones and called Aphrodite. Aphrodite, who picked up the phone, was working in the vegetable field at this time. Because the wine manor hasn't been established yet, Jiang Hai hasn't gone to find a winemaker yet. Naturally, they haven't decided what grapes to plant this year. There are a lot of things to pay attention to when making wine. The grapes planted are also divided into red grapes and white grapes. Among them, there are more than 100 types of red grapes. Some of the more familiar ones are Cabernet Sauvignon, Carignan, Chical, Pinot Noir, Merlot, and so on. Therefore, without a winemaker's confirmation, Jiang Hai didn't know what to plant. Therefore, the girls who were originally planning to plant grapes were now mainly responsible for taking care of the vegetables that had sprouted and were growing. Although she was doing farm work, Aphrodite's complexion was a lot better than before. She was just a little tanned. She used sign language to gesture that Jiang Hai would treat her to dinner tonight. However, Aphrodite was shocked. After confirming, she turned off her phone and ran home to prepare. As mentioned before, these girls had a good impression of Jiang Hai. After all, Jiang Hai saved them from a fire pit. Therefore, they allowed Jiang Hai to have any thoughts about them. But the problem was that Jiang Hai didn't. Aphrodite now thought that Jiang Hai finally had feelings for her. She immediately went back to prepare. If she knew that Jiang Hai only wanted to use her as an experiment, she would probably be very happy. Chapter 218. Come, let's eat first. I have something to tell you after we're done eating. Jiang Hai was a little surprised to see Aphrodite sitting in front of him. Jiang Hai really didn't know that Aphrodite was actually so pretty. He thought back to the first time he saw Aphrodite. At that time, she was in the police station. Her skinny body was wrapped in a large piece of clothing, her messy blonde hair was scattered behind her head, her empty eyes, and her head was like a skeleton. It was really hard to associate her with beauty. Later, she came out, washed up, and Jiang Hai even bought her new clothes. However, she was like a skeleton wearing clothes. It was hard for people to feel that she was beautiful. Later on, although Jiang Hai saw her many times, she was basically wearing very dirty clothes and working in the soil. Either she had just finished work, or she was on her way to work. Jiang Hai wasn't a pig, and he didn't like every woman he saw. In fact, he was often distracted when he walked, so he didn't pay close attention. Tonight, he saw that after a few months of cultivation, she really was quite pretty. Her soft blonde hair had been specially permed by her today. Her hair was curled into two curls that draped over her shoulders and hung on both sides. She was wearing a little black dress that he bought back then. But how much did she weigh back then, and how much did she weigh now? Although she definitely couldn't be considered fat now, not even slightly. At most, she had returned from being a skeleton to the level of those women who like to look pretty. A height of more than 170 meters and a weight of more than 90 kilograms. If this was considered fat, then no one else could. Aphrodite didn't wear any jewelry today, and the V-shaped neckline on the little dress was a little too big. Not only did it reveal her slender neck and beautiful bones, but also that pair of not so small, cough, coupled with her thin waist, long legs, and tender white skin, it really made Jiang Hai have a whole new level of respect for her. Especially that pair of big, watery blue eyes, which made people want to dive into them with one look. Of course, Jiang Hai didn't feel that way, but he had to admit that she was very pretty now. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite also nodded lightly. She picked up the knife and fork in front of her and started cutting the steak that Jiang Hai had just cooked. Jiang Hai's steak was indeed not very good. It was the best steak, but the heat was a little too high. Some parts of the steak were even burnt. But Aphrodite didn't care. She continued to happily cut the steak into small pieces and put them into her mouth. The two ate very calmly and didn't talk much. The truth was that it was indeed inconvenient to talk now. Jiang Hai could say whatever he wanted, but every time Aphrodite wanted to say something, she had to put down the utensils in her hands before she could do so. This was very troublesome. Although Jiang Hai wasn't a gentleman, he wouldn't disturb others when they were eating. At the very least, he hated it when people disturbed him when he was eating. Dinner was quickly finished. After Jiang Hai and Aphrodite cooperated to tidy up the things, Aphrodite sat on the sofa like an ostrich. In her mind, she was already thinking about what Jiang Hai would do in a while. Would he come up and kiss her directly, and then do it on the sofa, or would he waste time and take her to the room, and then, or in the kitchen, or in the bathroom? It didn't matter to her. As long as Jiang Hai liked it, she could do anything. Phew, I'm done tidying up. Just as Aphrodite's imagination was running wild, Jiang Hai also finished tidying up and walked to the sofa. When she heard Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite's face turned even redder, but she still looked at Jiang Hai from the corner of her eyes. It's like this. Let me tell you why I asked you to come here. Jiang Hai sat on the sofa beside Aphrodite. The distance between the two wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. At this time, he also looked at Aphrodite and said, "Here it comes." When she heard Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite tried hard to adjust her breathing, closed her eyes, and prepared to accept any request from Jiang Hai. Anything would be fine. Even if he called the other 7 girls over, she wouldn't mind. I may have a way to cure your throat and let you speak, but I haven't tried it before, so I want to ask if you want to be my #1 patient. However, the crazy Jiang Hai that she imagined didn't appear. Instead, a gentle voice came to her ears. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite couldn't help but be stunned, then she raised her head and looked at Jiang Hai with a surprised face. Although there was no action as expected, but Jiang Hai's words had a greater impact on her. Can speak. Looking at Aphrodite's somewhat panicked gestures, Jiang Hai also nodded affirmatively. But because I haven't done the same experiment before, I'm not sure if it will succeed. Although it was fine not to say it, but Jiang Hai still felt that it was better to make it clear. It was better to be safe than sorry. If something went wrong, then it would be troublesome, so Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment and explained the situation clearly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite didn't have any dissatisfaction, but her eyes were full of tears, but she didn't let these tears fall. Instead, she nodded vigorously. No matter what the conditions were, she was willing to try and agree. If I cure you, I need you to sign a confidentiality agreement. This matter can't be told to others. If you agree, then we'll start the treatment tomorrow. Seeing that Aphrodite agreed, Jiang Hai also said to her seriously. For such an agreement, Aphrodite didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. After that, she forgot how she got home. She only knew that when she reacted, she was already sitting on the sofa in the small house. How is it? Did your dream come true tonight? Is the boss strong in that aspect? How long, how strong is it? Just as she was sitting on the sofa in a daze, Dana, who had just come out of the shower and lived in the same villa as her, couldn't help but happily gesture. Aphrodite had always been interested in Jiang Hai, this was no secret among the 8 girls. And these 8 girls were also willing to offer themselves to Jiang Hai or something. Of course, they couldn't really fall in love with Jiang Hai. The feelings of repaying a debt of gratitude were much stronger than the feelings of love, and only Aphrodite could feel it very clearly. When they heard that Aphrodite was going to Jiang Hai's place for dinner today, they all felt that something must have happened, but they didn't expect her to come back so early. Since she was back, then Dana had to ask clearly. Don't talk nonsense, I only went for a meal. Oh right, I might not be going to the vegetable garden tomorrow, tell Aunt Philip. Seeing Dana's gesture, Aphrodite's little face couldn't help but redden, then quickly ran back to the room. Something's wrong. Dana couldn't help but think oddly when she saw Aphrodite's actions. This woman was too obvious. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen the next day. Jiang Hai slept well that night, but when he opened the door in the morning, he found Aphrodite already sitting in front of his villa. The pair of dark circles under her eyes meant that the girl didn't have a good night last night. You're so early, hee hee. Alright, since you're here, come in. Let's have breakfast first, then we'll work. Seeing Aphrodite's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile speechlessly, but didn't say much and only let her in. Jiang Hai made mixed grain pancakes for breakfast today. It wasn't difficult to make, and a few sets were finished in a few minutes. Jiang Hai ate 3 sets, Aphrodite ate 1 set, and the remaining 2 sets were left for Daliana and Marian. Since you're here, then I won't go for a run. How about this, let's find an empty room and then start the treatment. Seeing that Aphrodite had also finished eating, Jiang Hai led her into a guest room. Because I'm not sure what will happen in a while, it's best to put you in a temporary unconscious state and tie your hands and feet. Is there a problem? After entering the room, Jiang Hai said apologetically to Aphrodite. Aphrodite naturally didn't mind. She was already very happy to give birth to a monkey for Jiang Hai in the first place. Not to mention being tied up, she wouldn't care even if there were a whip and candles on the side. Therefore, she obediently nodded at Jiang Hai and signed the agreement. After she was ready, Jiang Hai knocked her out with a karate chop. It wasn't that Jiang Hai didn't want to use medicine, but he didn't. And in order to not leak it out, he could only do this. Then he tied Aphrodite to the bed, and then Jiang Hai's right hand pressed on Aphrodite's head. Let's test the effect of the next scale first. Muttering softly, Jiang Hai also mobilized the aura in his body that had increased to one of the 480,000 scales. As his right hand surged out and poured it into Aphrodite's body gradually changed as well. The originally white and tender skin began to turn red like a cooked shrimp, and then large drops of sweat with dirt flowed out of her pores, instantly dirtying Jiang Hai's bed sheet. Jiang Hai knew that this was cleaning the dirt in her body, but the specific effect would have to wait until she woke up. Unknowingly, more than 3 hours had passed. During this time, Delina and Marian had also woken up. They came to take a look and then went down to eat. After eating, they also came up to take a look. After all, this matter was also related to them. From around 7:00 in the morning until 12:00 in the afternoon, the dirt and sweat in Aphrodite's body had been expelled. Because she had suffered too much in the past, the hidden injuries in her body couldn't be cured in just a few months. The biggest effect of this aura was to restore people's health, so if he wanted to modify it, the effect was still unclear. Until 12:00, Jiang Hai was a little impatient. When he was about to go downstairs to prepare lunch, Aphrodite's face instantly paled. The red light on her body contracted at this time and gathered at her throat. Then, Aphrodite suddenly woke up from her sleep. Her head tilted and she coughed out a mouthful of black phlegm with traces of blood from her throat. Cough cough, cough cough, ah, ah, ah. When the bloody phlegm fell to the ground, a few slightly hoarse syllables came out from Aphrodite's throat that was originally unable to make any sound. Hearing these words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but grin, while Delina and Marian had already jumped up in shock. This meant that there was finally hope for their throats. Chapter 219. You're back so early, how was it? You stayed at the boss place for the whole day. I'm sure you've already won over the young little boss. If you really did, remember to let me know so that I can have a taste of the little boss's strong body. When Dinah Taylor returned to the villa, she found Aphrodite, who had changed into a new set of clothes, sitting stiffly on the sofa in the villa. She didn't mind at that moment, and used her dusty body to gently lean over, gesturing with a smile on her face. Dana, do you want to talk? But when Aphrodite saw what Dana was gesturing this time, she didn't shy away with a red face. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Dana with a serious expression, gesturing back at her. Who doesn't want to? Dana looked as if she'd been struck by lightning when she saw Aphrodite's gestures. She sat there blankly for a few seconds before smiling helplessly and throwing herself onto the sofa. I can think of a way to make you talk. Seeing her best friend's dejected look, Aphrodite seemed to have made up her mind about something as she looked at her with a serious expression. Seeing Aphrodite's sign language, Dana also looked at her, her eyes full of confusion. I can make you talk, but I want you to swear that you'll never betray our boss in the future. Never, never, not even think about it. The boss's words are our everything, and his will is our will. We have to move forward with the boss's interests in mind, including our bodies. Whether the boss needs it or not, we have to offer our bodies of our own accord. Seeing Dana's puzzled look, Aphrodite began to make gestures. If Jiang Hai were to see her gestures, he would probably be confused. Could it be that this fellow had joined some sort of marketing organization before? Are you sick? Dana was a bit puzzled when she saw Aphrodite's seemingly brainwashed expression. Promise me. Aphrodite didn't mind Dana's hesitation as she said resolutely. All right, I promise. As long as I can talk, I don't mind being raised as a beautiful woman, much less just a slave. Is that all right? Dana said with a smile when she saw Aphrodite's serious expression. I am Aphrodite. No matter what Dinah was thinking, at least she had agreed, so Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her seriously, and then from her mouth came the scales she had practiced all afternoon. When Dana heard Aphrodite's words, she was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? When Jiang Hai opened the door the next morning, he found that there were two people sitting on the stairs in front of his house. Looking at the two eager smiling faces, Jiang Hai was also happy. Why are you sitting there? Don't you know how to knock on the door and come in? Come on in. Let's have breakfast first, then we'll talk. Jiang Hai said to the two people in front of him. Then, he stepped aside and allowed the two girls to enter his mansion, while Jiang Hai was treating Dana. At a cocktail party in the capital, Chi Li was sitting in front of the bar with a glass of Long Island iced tea in her hand. A straw kept stirring in the glass, whether it was the rich people in China or abroad. In fact, 90% of the rich people liked cocktail parties very much. For some young people, this kind of cocktail party was the best place to pretend to be rich. It was also the best place to show off their status in front of their female friends. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for some playboys to make friends with the socialites who also came with impure intentions. Next were the rich people who weren't very frivolous. The main reason they came to this kind of cocktail party was because they wanted to make friends with each other. They felt that they could talk about some decent business here. That was their goal. Even if they didn't have any business to talk about, it was also a good thing to get to know people here or make friends with other people. Speaking of which, Chi Li had stayed abroad for many years, so she was very fond of lying on her stomach and whatnot. Although she didn't participate in some messy partying, she was still very interested in attending such cocktail parties after returning to China. But unknowingly, this little beauty had grown up. After going through a huge change, Chi Li came here more to socialize. Of course, there was another purpose, because she didn't know where to go at night. It was too cold and boring to go home. Her personality didn't allow her to go to the bar and get drunk. So, other than working overtime at the company or coming to the cocktail party to pass the time, this became the only thing she could do. Logically speaking, if a beautiful woman sat at the bar like this, there would be a lot of men coming over to seduce her. Unfortunately, at this time, there were many people looking at Chi Li from afar, but there were no people coming over at all. Because Chi Li's face clearly said, "Get lost." If it were some other woman, those guys who thought about their lower bodies would probably try. But in front of Chi Li, was this a joke? At least in their circle, there wasn't anyone who dared to provoke her. There used to be people who didn't believe in heresy, but now they were no longer in this circle. So, looking at Chi Li from afar, these people couldn't do anything other than whisper. But today, there were people who didn't believe in heresy. "Miss, may I sit here?" As a gentle voice sounded, Chi Li raised her head and looked at the person sitting on the chair beside her. When she saw this person, Chi Li's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Because the person in front of her was none other than her biggest enemy, Zhangwu. "Uncle De, the security here is getting worse and worse. Even dogs are allowed in." "Forget it, I'm not in the mood to stay here. Let's go home." After muttering to herself, Chi Li took her handbag and stood up. However, her muttering made Zhangwu's face turn a bit ugly. This woman really didn't give him any face. If it wasn't because he loved her, if it wasn't because his family still needed her, he would have, "Miss Chi, maybe you don't want to see me, but I have something that you might want to know." Looking at Chi Li's back, Zhangwu said loudly. "Unless a group goes bankrupt." However, Chi Li didn't even want to look at this guy. She really didn't want to look at this guy anymore. Seeing that Chi Li really ignored him, Zhangwu once again suppressed his anger and said loudly, "It's about your husband, Jiang Hai." With his roar, the originally noisy venue instantly quieted down, and Chi Li's originally firm steps couldn't help but stagnate and stop in place. Seeing Chi Li stop, Zhangwu couldn't help but cut her off, but the anger in his heart burned again. Because Chi Li has already used her actions to show that Jiang Hai's position in her heart is very important. You may not know yet. Your husband, Jiang Hai, bought a manor in the suburbs of Boston in the United States with unknown money. In the manor, it can be said that he hides mistresses in a golden house. He not only hired 8 women who used to be in the flesh business to entertain him in the manor, but also adopted 2 14-year-old girls in your name. Looking at Chi Li in front of him, Zhangwu said slowly. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he had already taken control of Chi Li. In his imagination, Chi Li was most likely to be furious after hearing this news. Yes, furious. A long time ago, Zhangwu was very clear about Chi Li's family situation. After all, the two were about to get married. Chi Li has 2 sisters in total, and the second sister is an illegitimate child. After Chi Li learned about this, she directly fell out with her father. When Chi Li and Zhangwu were together, the sentence she said the most was, "If you dare to find a woman behind my back, I will castrate you." In the end, Zhangwu didn't find a woman behind her back because he really loved her, but this love caused her family to be ruined. Therefore, no one knows better than Zhangwu how much Chi Li hates a person who is unfaithful to love. Now, Jiang Hai not only took her money, no one knows where Jiang Hai's money came from, so they can only guess that it was Chi Li's money, but also found a bunch of girlfriends. Chi Li is destined to not be able to swallow this. Is there such a good thing? Hearing what Zhangwu said, many people present had such a thought in their minds. Although they would say that Jiang Hai is a scumbag and too shameless, who doesn't want to live such a life? But now, their fantasies have to be put aside for the time being, because they still want to see Chi Li go berserk. Oh, that's it, I already know about it. But unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed today. After hearing Zhangwu's words, Chi Li still didn't turn around, but just said a sentence lazily. "You don't believe me, I have photos." Hearing Chi Li's casual words, Zhangwu's heart thumped. "I believe you. I've known about this for a long time. Not only does he have a lot of girlfriends overseas, but he also has a few in China. I've seen him rolling in bed with some internet celebrities at home many times. This is nothing." With a shrug, Chi Li's voice did reveal a kind of indifference. This tone is like saying that Jiang Hai has more express deliveries than cheating. Hearing Chi Li's words, the people in the audience were a little dumbfounded. Men have needs. I'm not by Jiang Hai's side, so naturally, I have to arrange some women for him. If he needs them at any time, he can solve it at any time. Also, he will get tired of having one. There is nothing wrong with preparing more. After gently stroking her hair, Qi turned around and looked at Zhangwu with a playful smile. Chapter 220. You've changed. You're not you anymore. Are you crazy? And Zhangwu couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously when he saw that his former favorite had changed beyond recognition. He didn't dare to face Qi anymore. I've changed. Yes, I've changed. After I saw through your true colors. Hearing Zhangwu's words, Qi turned her head again. She didn't care about the current situation at all and continued. Jiang Hai is my husband. He has replaced all the memories of you and me. I'm willing to do anything for him. We used to watch movies, go to the park, go shopping. Jiang Hai and I have been together. He was my first kiss. He was also my wedding night. My heart is all tied to him. As long as he's happy, I'm willing to do anything. But this is between us. What can you do? If you have time, go investigate him. You'd better think about how to raise and group shares. After Qi finished speaking, she left the venue directly without looking back. When she left the door, there was a roar behind her, followed by the sound of something breaking. Hearing this sound, Qi thought she would be very happy. But she suddenly found that making her enemy flustered and exasperated did not make her very happy. Because she seemed to really not care about Zhangwu's existence at all. Now, her heart was thinking about what Zhangwu had just said, Jiang Hai. Qi walked out of the villa quickly. At this time, outside the door, Qi's driver and assistant had already received the news. When Qi came out, her car was already parked in front of the villa. Qi opened the door and sat gently in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. Because the people outside already knew that Qi was inside. After all, these people outside were either the driver or the bodyguards. If anything happened to their boss inside, they would be the first to arrive. Although they didn't hear Qi's declaration with their own ears, they did hear a few words from her. President Qi, there's something I don't know if I should say. Since you and Jiang Hai are like this now, the chances of you being together in the future may be very low. If you say that just now, it may have the opposite effect on your future relationship. After a while, Qi felt the car constantly speeding on the road. After a long time, she said to her carefully. When did I say I was going to have a new relationship? Jiang Hai and I are husband and wife. I can say whatever I want. Forget it, it's useless to lose my temper with you. By the way, when do we have time recently? I want to take a vacation. When the assistant with glasses said the first sentence, Qi directly rebutted back. However, after saying half of the sentence, she also understood that the assistant beside her was not her enemy. She was also doing it for her own good, so her original words softened a little. We will have time in May. After the 3-day holiday, the acquisition of the West 4th Loop should be completed. At that time, we will have about half a month to do nothing. Hearing Qi's words, although the assistant was a little worried about her, she immediately checked the schedule on the iPad next to her. Half a month. Then we can go find a place to play and relax. Hearing the assistant's words, Qi whispered. Go play. Okay. But I just bought a house this year. I don't have much money. Qi was still very good to the people around her, especially this assistant with glasses. Not only would she bring her along when discussing business, but she would also bring her along when going out to play. Food, accommodation, and plane tickets were all covered. However, as a girl, there were still many other expenses in addition to food, accommodation, and plane tickets. A trip abroad, even if she didn't spend anything, would cost tens of thousands of yuan. This was not too much for a girl's salary. After all, she could earn at least 100,000 yuan a month. However, the bad thing was that she had just bought a big house of 320 square meters in the East Third Loop. Including the renovation, she spent nearly 20 million yuan. Of which, 12 million yuan was from the loan. Of course, Qi also helped. Now, after paying off the mortgage every month, she really didn't have the money to go out to play. Hearing the assistant's words, Qi looked at the night outside as if she had made up her mind. She said solemnly, "Then let's go to a place where we don't need to spend money. Let's go to Boston." Achoo! At this time, Jiang Hai, who was in his house in Boston, couldn't help but rub his nose hard. "Did you catch a cold?" Seeing Jiang Hai suddenly sneeze, Aphrodite, who was standing beside Jiang Hai, asked nervously. It was obvious that she had now tied all of her body and mind to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's words were her imperial edict, Jiang Hai's consciousness was the direction she was moving in, and Jiang Hai's life was her everything. No, maybe it's because I smelled something that was a bit irritating and I'm allergic. Seeing Aphrodite's overly concerned look, Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand. His current physical fitness was twice that of a human's. It would be strange if he was sick with this kind of physical fitness. He guessed that he might be a little allergic to something, which was why he sneezed. "You must be careful," Aphrodite said seriously when she heard Jiang Hai's words. "Cough, I know. It'll take at least some time for Dana to wake up. How about this, I'll teach you how to speak first." Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little awkward in the face of Aphrodite's fiery gaze and could only change the topic. When Dana and Jiang Hai entered the room this morning, Jiang Hai first knocked Dana out like how he had dealt with Aphrodite yesterday. However, he didn't tie her hands and feet, but directly poured spirit qi into her. This scene couldn't be seen by others, and he only let everyone in after the spirit qi took effect. At first, Aphrodite was scared out of her wits when she saw the red light on Dana's body, the sweat, and the black stuff being expelled from her body. However, after learning that she had been like this yesterday, she felt much more at ease and stayed here to wait for Dana to wake up. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, these girls wouldn't be able to wake up without at least 3 hours. In that case, it wouldn't be good to stay here and be bored, so Jiang Hai decided to teach Aphrodite how to speak. Okay. Aphrodite wanted to hear Jiang Hai say that since there was still some time before Dana woke up, they should go to the room next door to do what they liked, or even just do it here. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai didn't say that. Come, repeat after me. I am AI, you are he, she is a woman, and she is an animal. Since he said he was going to teach, Jiang Hai began to teach. He slowly guided Aphrodite to say the simplest words, and Aphrodite learned very seriously. As long as she was alone with Jiang Hai, it would be best to do that kind of thing. If not, it didn't matter what they did. As long as she could stay with Jiang Hai, everything would be worth it. This was the man who had given her a new life. Before she knew it, Jiang Hai had already taught Aphrodite for more than 3 hours. Aphrodite was an adult, and she had no problem writing English. She had learned it in the orphanage before, and now she just needed to learn how to speak. It wasn't too difficult to speak since it wasn't a blank piece of paper. For example, many university students in the country studied mute English. They could understand what was written on paper, but they couldn't open their mouths when they wanted to speak. However, such students might not be able to do it when they first arrived abroad, but they only needed to stay there for a few months. The pronunciation they had learned and the words they knew would be of the greatest use. Generally speaking, normal communication without slang wouldn't be a big problem. However, if they had to learn a new language, it wouldn't be settled in a few months. Aphrodite was very willing to learn, and she really wasn't stupid. Therefore, after 3 hours of one teaching and one learning, she had already grasped the pronunciation of over 100 words. Her voice was also a bit clearer than yesterday, but it was still a bit hoarse. This needed to be slowly adjusted. Just as Jianghai and Aphrodite were having fun, one teaching and one learning, Aphrodite suddenly lay on the bed. Dinah, who was lying on the bed, suddenly tilted over and coughed out a mouthful of black sputum mixed with blood onto the ground. Jianghai had studied it before. This should be the necrotic part of her throat, which was the problem of her natural pathological changes. When spirit qi transformed her throat into a normal human throat, it would forcefully shave off these necrotic parts, thus forming this mouthful of black phlegm. After coughing out the black phlegm, Aphrodite gradually woke up, but she was still a bit confused. It was obvious that Aphrodite was much more prepared than Aphrodite yesterday. At least, the first thing she said after waking up was a word. Although it was only a single letter, Aphrodite still knelt there and cried bitterly when she heard her own voice. How many years had it been? When she had long given up hope, Jianghai had once again given her hope. This kind of feeling was truly too shocking. She had never thought that she would have a day like this. Aphrodite also walked over to her good friend's side and held her head, slowly comforting her. It was only after a few minutes that Aphrodite finally noticed the things that had come out of her body under Aphrodite's gestures. She glanced a bit bashfully at Jianghai and quickly darted into the bathroom. Although Aphrodite had already told her last night that after Jianghai cured her, not only would her throat heal, but she would also return to her youthful state, she was still so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. This Jianghai was truly too mysterious and too amazing. Chapter 221. In the next few days, Jianghai's villa was very busy. He could add 12 more scales every day, so it didn't matter if he used one. The effect of this scale was extraordinarily good. After curing Dana and Aphrodite became close to them that night. Hilda Leonard and Peggy Hall, who lived with them, were 20 years old and 19 years old respectively. When they heard the two girls declare that they had joined some kind of cult, they didn't believe it at all. Their first thought was that they didn't believe it. However, when they really heard what they said, they were shocked, as long as they could speak, not to mention the fact that they were originally grateful to Jianghai and had a good impression of him. Even if they really joined the cult, they wouldn't want to. So on the third day, the two of them became the ones who could speak. After discovering Jianghai's magic, the two girls officially joined the party. That night, Jianghai used 2 more scales to fix Dana's and Marian's throats. The two girls' dependence on Jianghai increased even more. That night, the two girls almost went to Jianghai's room to sleep. Of course, they weren't prepared to exchange their bodies for the right to live here like the other two girls did. This time, they were serious. Of course, Jianghai also seriously threw them back to their room. Although Jianghai was now single, he still needed little left and right in the middle of the night, and then he would change the phone to a certain pay channel. However, it didn't mean that he could act like a beast and lay his hands on 2 underage girls. After the addition of the 6 girls, Jianghai had more and more patience for Jianghai to operate on. Originally, there were a total of 8 girls who joined Jianghai's manor as workers. Now, 4 of them had returned to being ordinary people. Of course, they were still learning to speak, and at the same time, they couldn't speak to outsiders. Only Jianghai explained that he was using Chinese medicine to treat them. As for when they would be cured, that would be another story. The remaining 4 girls who couldn't speak, Sheila Romani, Ohilia Cliff, Bridget Nelson, and Janice Joy, also completed their treatment in the next 2 days. When they found that not only could they speak, but their original internal injuries had also disappeared. Their bodies also recovered, and even returned to their original state. It was like a computer system that felt a virus and directly reformatted itself. They were really surprised and grateful to Jiang. Under Aphrodite's brainwashing mode, they were really grateful to Jiang and liked Jiang very much. Jiang had become a god in their hearts. After all, this was something that humans couldn't do, and their goal was to give up everything for Jiang. Of course, everything they had now was given to them by Jiang. Other than working seriously, the only thing they could do was to give themselves to Jiang. After treating all of them, Jiang would stay in his villa every night and teach these girls to speak. It would take about an hour or so. There was no other way. The only person who could teach them here was himself. If others knew that these girls could speak in just a few days, wouldn't that be terrible? However, when Jiang taught them to speak, these girls' mentality of repaying became more and more serious. These girls were different from Delina and Marion. Although they had experienced bad things in the past, they had also matured a lot. They also had a better understanding of men and women. At least, they knew very well what a man of Jiang age, especially a very straight man, liked the most. During the day, they worked in the fields and dealt with the soil. Although the vegetable field in Jiang manor wasn't very big, it had all the automatic farming machines. Usually, they didn't need to use their hands to wave hoes, shovels, and the like. They only needed to use their hands to move the machines inside. The only thing they needed to use their hands for was to tie up some vegetable seedlings to let them grow healthily. However, when they went to Jiang place for classes in the evening, they wore less and less clothes. Although it was cold outside, Jiang room was very warm. Therefore, these girls were still normal at the beginning. Later on, they changed from sweaters to woolen clothes, then to sweaters. Finally, they wore a very thick down jacket outside and a thin shirt inside. Some of them were lace, some were loose, but none of them were not empty. Under the lamplight, Jiang could actually see everything. However, these girls didn't mind Jiang looking at them. Sometimes, in order to cooperate with him, they would deliberately pull down their collars or come close to him and touch him with their bodies. This made Jiang very passive. Jiang was also a normal man. It was not good for him to be like this all the time. However, nobody could teach them except for him. Of course, sometimes, this kind of feeling was pretty good as well. In the blink of an eye, Jiang had cured these girls for more than 10 days. It was already the middle of March. March was the season of spring. Even if it was the coldest night in Jiang manor, the temperature had already reached above 0 degrees. During the day, the highest temperature had even reached about 10 degrees. Everywhere was the season of spring and flowers blooming. A few days ago, Iron Bull came again. This time, he brought the fish seedlings that Jiang bought last winter because he bought them very early. In addition, Jiang was a big customer, so he specially helped Jiang to raise them for a while. Now, after the fish seedlings entered the water, their survival rate would greatly increase. However, even if there was no commission, Jiang didn't care because he had a way to make these fish better. These days, he would put some effort into the sea every day. Last year, he used his blood to change the attributes of this grassland. At that time, he almost died of exhaustion. Now, the effect of his blood on this grassland was still very effective. As the snow melted, other places were green and yellow. Jiang grassland was already green. Luo Binsi and the others didn't need to specifically choose a place to graze the cows. They just needed to let the cows keep moving. In the sea, Jiang also let Big Fool take him and use spiritual energy to improve a lot of aquatic plants. Of course, the most important thing was the corals. Corals are also living creatures. When Jiang Hai injected the spiritual energy in the scale into a coral, it may not feel anything at first, but the next day, it will grow bigger. Moreover, this kind of posture is still growing. Originally, Jiang Hai's coral reef was not small. Under the nourishment of his scale, it now seems to have the intention of expanding. As for the aquatic plants in the fish farming area, they were like the original ranch, absorbing Jiang Hai's spiritual energy and growing happily. These aquatic plants also attracted a large number of aquatic animals. The first batch of octopus and cuttlefish were growing better and better at this time. In Jiang Hai's view, they can be used as bait. Before these fish went into the water, Jiang Hai injected the spiritual energy of a scale into each fish cage. This piece of spiritual energy was absorbed by tens of thousands of fish seedlings. It seemed insignificant, but it could let these fish seedlings grow in the largest form and in the best condition. Jiang Hai already had some small expectations at this time. You said that the cattle he raised were already so invincible. If the fish he raised were better than the cattle, then how much money would he have by then? Thinking about it, he was still a little excited. Because he was not short of money for the time being, Jiang Hai lived such a comfortable life again until yesterday. Yesterday, his smashed F-650 was sent back because someone maliciously attacked it, and it was fully insured at the time. Therefore, the insurance company still sent back the full amount of money Jiang Hai spent to repair the car, which meant that Jiang Hai did not spend money to repair the car. Looking at the car in front of him, Jiang Hai remembered that he seemed to have made up his mind to buy a car before Fu Yuan left. In the end, he did not buy a car until now. Now that the car was back, he was ready to buy a car while he was at it. After resting at home for a night, Jiang Hai woke up early the next day. After running and eating breakfast, he was ready to leave. Just as he was driving to Winthrop, Clive called him. "Hello, where are you? How is the incident at your manor?" "I haven't seen Delina and Marion for many days." Listening to Clive's voice, Jiang Hai chuckled. "It should be fine." The police didn't give a clear explanation, but the number of police patrols here has increased a lot. I don't know if those people have the guts to trouble me. How about this, I'm going to Winthrop today. If you miss Delina and Marion, come back with me. Jiang Hai never knew what was going on between Clive and them. Jiang Hai's sixth sense told him that this woman was someone he could befriend and even marry. However, perhaps because he was tricked by Qili once, Jiang Hai could not make up his mind to do anything. Fortunately, it seemed that Clive was not ready. The two confronted each other like this, which was actually quite fun. "You're coming to Winthrop? What are you doing here?" After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Clive, who was already sitting in the car and was about to drive to Jiang Hai's place, stopped his hand that was about to start the car engine. He asked with some surprise. "A few days ago, I went into the mountains with a group of people. That person told me that you have to have a car to do anything in the United States, so today's weather is good, so I'm going to buy a few cars." Looking at the bright sun outside, Jiang Hai said with a smile. "Buy a car. Okay, I'm at home, pick me up when you come over." Chapter 222. Hey. Sister, why did you come down again? Aren't you going to brother-in-law's place? Looking at SH20, Clive, who came out of the garage again, Carmacliff, who just walked out of the door with the trash, couldn't help but ask in surprise. Where did brother-in-law come from? Really, we are just friends. Hearing Karma's words, SH20, Clive's face couldn't help but blush, then looked at her sister with contempt and said, Okay, friend, but aren't you going to your friend's house? Why did you come out again? Not going. Have you found your conscience and decided to go shopping with your cute sister? Looking at SH20, Clive in front of her, Carmacliff couldn't help but chuckle, then said to him with a smile. Hearing her words, SH20, Clive couldn't help but curl her lips. It's not what you think, Jiang Hai just drove over, he was going to buy a car, so I went with him. Hearing her sister's words, SH20, Clive said a little unnaturally. Oh. There is such a thing, then can I go with you, if we are just friends? Seeing SH20, Clive's slightly embarrassed look, Carmacliff also threw away the trash, leaned over, and raised her eyebrows. This, you ask him. Hearing her sister's words, SH20, Clive really didn't know how to answer. Although she didn't like to let her sister become the third wheel between her and Jiang Hai, she really couldn't say this. Beep beep. At this time, Jiang Hai's F650 also appeared in front of the sisters. Seeing Jiang Hai's car, the two people here had different expressions on their faces. SH20, Clive was a little panicked, while Carmacliff was a little excited. Obviously, she was ready to go out with Jiang Hai. The upbringing of the Clive family was very strict. Of course, their father was not a very strict person. Their mother was. Clive's father was a French chef, which had been introduced before. As for her mother, to be exact, she was her stepmother. Before she became a full-time housewife, she was a teacher. Ever since she married her father, she had become a full-time mother. In the past, she had also taught high school. It was precisely because of this mother's influence that Clive became a teacher in the town's elementary school. Carmacliff was now in high school. Although she was about to graduate, as long as she lived at home, it was inevitable that she would be controlled by her parents. Their mother, who had been a teacher in high school, knew very well how crazy the boys and girls who were about to graduate were. Because it was close to graduation, the children would do all kinds of things, play all kinds of things that they didn't dare to think about or do in the past. According to the statistics of the show, among the girls in the American Empire, the probability of having their first time was highest during this period. Because many of the elementary and middle schools in the United States were connected, divided into elementary and middle schools. They didn't have a so-called promotion relationship, but the elementary school was divided into grades 1 to 6, and the middle school was divided into grades 6 to 12. There was no clear division of middle school and high school. After graduating from elementary school, there were naturally people who knew about this, but not too many. When they graduated from middle school, it was naturally the time to have fun. Many girls tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time during this period, and at the same time, some went astray, such as inhaling things that they shouldn't have. Carmacliff's mother used to teach in middle school, so she was very clear about what high school students would do. 2 years before Carmacliff, she was basically controlled. Of course, she had resisted before, but the result was not very good. Her mother was really very inflexible. Even when she wanted to come into contact with society and work, her father used his connections to put her into the Ocean Temple. Every day, she entertained some old men who she had to call uncle, so she really didn't have much chance to go astray. Just like now, since it was a rest day, she had nowhere else to go other than to stay at home. Even if she wanted to go shopping, she had to go with her sister, which really made her a little speechless. Now that she finally had a chance to go out and play, how could Carmacliff let it go? As soon as she saw Jiang Hai's car drive over, she ran over immediately and said to Jiang Hai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Hey, brother-in-law, are you here to take my sister to your house? Then can I go with you?" "Ah. Sis, brother-in-law." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was shocked. He did have some feelings for Clive, but it didn't seem to be to this extent. Don't listen to her nonsense. Today is Saturday, and she wants me to go shopping with her. I don't want to go, so she wants to go to your manor to play. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed and a little happy, Clive's face suddenly blushed. She immediately took 2 steps forward, walked to Jiang Hai's side, and said to him, "Cough, come to play, it doesn't matter, then let's go together." Hearing these 2 people's words, Jiang Hai smiled. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karmacliff couldn't help but shout, "Brother-in-law, wait for me." Then she hurriedly ran into the villa to change clothes. As for Clive, she looked at Jiang Hai speechlessly. This guy is too gullible, but it seems that Jiang Hai doesn't dislike the word brother-in-law. Now that she's about to graduate, she has nothing to do at home. She won't disturb you, right? Seeing his sister rush into the house, Clive sat in the front passenger seat with Jiang Hai's help. "It's okay, you still don't know me. I don't have much to do in the manor. The main thing is to let Luo Binsi take care of the grazing, and the fish farm is to be handed over to Ai Dehua. I'm more of a hands-off manager. I'll be happier if you go." Hearing Clive's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. He didn't mind people going to his place to play. That's good. Seeing that Jiang Hai loved his sister so much, Clive's heart was also happy. Generally speaking, it was quite troublesome for a girl to go out. It took a lot of time to change clothes and put on makeup. But Karmacliff may not have paid much attention to these before, plus she hasn't changed her winter clothes yet. Plus, she is 18 years old, which is the time when her skin is the best, so she doesn't care much about makeup. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she jumped out and ran out. She didn't wait for Jiang Hai to open the door and rushed to the back row. "Brother-in-law, where are we going? Aren't we going to your manor?" After she sat down and fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Hai also turned the steering wheel and drove in the other direction. But as soon as the car engine started, Karmacliff sitting in the back couldn't help but ask, "Let's buy a car first." Hearing Karma's words, Jiang Hai also responded with a smile. "Buy a car? What kind of car do you want to buy?" Hearing Jiang Hai say that he wants to buy a car, Karmacliff was obviously very curious. "I want to buy a lot of cars. After all, there are only 3 pickup trucks in my manor. It's good to drive them out on normal days, but there are some formal occasions, this car is not very good to drive. For example, when I have to pick up some more particular guests, these cars are a bit troublesome. After all, my manor is going to sell things in the future. If those customers need us to pick them up, we can't drive this car." Looking at Karmacliff behind him in the rearview mirror, Jiang Hai also explained patiently. "Oh, that's right, by the way, brother-in-law." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karmacliff also nodded in agreement, then she remembered something. She leaned on Jiang Hai's main driver's seat again and asked excitedly. But this time, before she finished asking, she was interrupted by her sister. "Okay, don't call him that. It's not like you don't know his name, we haven't, so just call him by his name." Although Jiang Hai and Sh20 Clive do have some small things between them, they haven't made it clear to this extent. "Well, Jiang, what car are you going to buy? I know a friend who works in our car shop here. Maybe he can give you a discount." Looking at her sister who seemed to be really angry, Karmacliff wisely changed the way she addressed her. "Oh, that's great, the car I want to buy is not cheap." Hearing Karmacliff's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. As soon as she heard that the car Jiang Hai wanted to buy was not cheap, Karmacliff immediately sent a text message to her friend. About a few minutes later, she lay down on the seat again and said to Jiang Hai, "Everything is done." Looking at Karmacliff's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is really funny. Although Jiang Hai is not as rich as when he first came, generally speaking, he still has the money to buy a car. But since Karma is willing to help, he is also willing to accept. Although he is not short of money, it is naturally better if he can get a discount. Even if he can't get a discount, it is also very suitable to give Jiang Hai a better car. Seeing that Jiang Hai and her sister get along well, SH20 Clive is also very happy. Although Jiang Hai and her had never made it clear, if things continued to develop like they were now, the two of them might have a chance. If she really and Jiang Hai at that time. Thinking of this, SH20 Clive's face became even redder. She quietly raised her head and glanced at Jiang Hai, who was driving, and she felt her heart beating faster in her chest. While the three people in the car had their own thoughts, Jiang Hai's car also drove to Winthrop, the largest car shop. Chapter 223. Hey, Karma, over here. When Jiang Hai's car stopped in the parking lot, and the three of them got out of the car, they saw a white guy waving in the distance. Seeing the waving man, Karma, who came down from the back seat, also waved her hand. Hey, Louis, Jiang, my friend is over there, let's go. After calling the boy over there, Karma couldn't help but say something to Jiang Hai and Shwenny Clive, and then the three of them walked to the car shop in the distance. Why did you come so late? Come in. When the three of them walked in, the white guy couldn't help but smile and greeted them. This young man named Louis seems to be about the same age as Karma. He should also be a high school student. Karma also said that this is her classmate, and it seems that he should be going to college this year. This young man is a purebred white man, with short blonde hair and white skin. He doesn't look short, about 1.8 meters, and he is also a little handsome. Now he is wearing the employee's uniform of this car shop. Although it's just a uniform suit and tie, it makes him look like a little adult. If there is no accident, he should be interested in Karma Cliff, but obviously, Karma doesn't have a good idea about him. When he took the initiative to take Karma's hand, Karma took a step back and flashed to Jiang Hai's side, which made him a little embarrassed. But after all, the boys in the United States are much more mature than the boys in China. Obviously, this is not the first time such a thing has happened. So he just smiled and looked at Jiang Hai and Shwenny Clive. When he saw Jiang Hai, he didn't say anything. But when he saw Shwenny Clive, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded gently. This is a greeting. This way of greeting is very normal in the United States. Karma, what is your relationship with this kid? Why does he want to hold your hand? As the young man led the three of them inside, SH20 Clive pulled his sister over and whispered to her. It doesn't matter. He's the captain of our school's baseball team. Usually, he seems to be interested in me, but I can guarantee that I have no interest in him. We're just classmates. Hearing her sister's question, Karma Cliff didn't care and said straightforwardly without lowering her voice. Hearing her words, the boy walking in front couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that he was a little injured. What kind of car do you want to buy? However, he still took everyone into the exhibition hall, but when he spoke again, his tone was a little cold. It would be strange if he was happy that Karma didn't give him face. In this regard, Jiang Hai just smiled. Love in high school was just like that. The matter of being snubbed would always happen from time to time. Obviously, this young man was like that. But when the child saw the expression on Jiang Hai's face, his body couldn't help but tremble again. He thought that Jiang Hai was laughing at him, which made him a little angry, but in line with the principle that Jiang Hai came to buy a car, so although he didn't like Jiang Hai, he still didn't lose his temper. Instead, he continued to stand here, but his eyes were already looking into the distance. I want to buy. Jiang Hai didn't observe the boy's thoughts, but he was really going to buy a car. But before he finished speaking, he saw the boy bluntly say something to Jiang Hai, then quickly ran away. It turned out that at this time, at the front door in the distance, a middle-aged man with a bulging belly just walked in. When he saw this guy, the boy's eyes suddenly lit up. "Please wait a moment." At the moment, the boy didn't want to let Jiang Hai finish his words. After bluntly saying something to Jiang Hai, he quickly left. Looking at the guy's back, not to mention Jiang Hai, even SH-20 Clive and Karma Cliff were stunned. What does this mean? Looking at the boy running away, SH-20 Clive said with some dissatisfaction. "Oh, our family's little Karma doesn't want to be his girlfriend, then he is not going to waste his time on us poor people." Watching the boy run to the fat man's side, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the melodramatic plot he had seen in novels before would happen to him one day. But he is not a nouveau riche who has just become rich. In this case, he must talk, act pretentious, and slap his face. After a few months of settling down, Jiang Hai doesn't care much about this. Since the boy wants to go, let him go. The car Jiang Hai wants to buy this time is definitely not cheap. Since he is not willing to earn this commission, it has nothing to do with him. This guy, I'll catch him back. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma's little face couldn't help but blush. Such a big child, what he cares about most is his face. When he heard Jiang Hai's words, Karma felt that he was going crazy. This damn Louis is so realistic. It seems that I should have rejected him at the beginning. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's just find another shopping guide. Hey, the girl over there, come here. Looking at Karma angrily going to find this guy to settle accounts, Jiang Hai smiled. He didn't want to slap his face. He came here to buy a car, not to get angry. Of course, if someone takes the initiative to ask for a slap in the face, he will still slap it. So after persuading Karma, Jiang Hai said to a girl who had just come over with a stack of documents. This stack of documents is really not an ordinary high, it is smaller than 1 meter, and the girl is still a short one, about 1.6 meters, walking crookedly. Just as she passed by here, Jiang Hai stopped her. Me? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl here couldn't help but stop in place and said with some surprise. Yes, it's you. You are a staff member here. If you have time, please introduce me to the cars here. I want to buy a few cars. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai nodded and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl was also shocked. She immediately found a place and piled the stack of documents in the distance, then patted her clothes and trotted over. Oh, I'm a staff member here and also a shopping guide here. My name is Lu Qing. Looking at Jiang Hai and his party, the girl immediately introduced herself. When she introduced herself, Jiang Hai was also looking at her. This girl named Lu Qing looks to be in her early 20s, with very light makeup on her face. She is only 1.6 meters tall, maybe less than that. Wearing the staff's clothes, she does look a bit out of place, but she is still very cute. A face that is obviously Asian also made Jiang Hai have a good impression of her. Are you from Huaxia? After hearing the girl's introduction, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask her. Well, yes, I am an international student from Huaxia. You speak Chinese. Are you also from Huaxia? Hearing the fluent Mandarin coming out of Jiang Hai's mouth, the girl asked with some surprise. Ah, yes, what a coincidence. My name is Jiang Hai, and the two ladies beside me are Shendi Clive and Karma Cliff. Hearing the other party also speak Mandarin, Jiang Hai felt very familiar and couldn't help but smile and say. Yes, what a coincidence. I don't know what kind of car you want to buy. Although I am from Huaxia, I have to admit that the quality of the cars here is better than those in our country, and the price is much lower than that in China. Seeing that Jiang Hai was easy to talk to, the girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then asked him with a smile. Touching his chin, Jiang Hai thought about the kind of car he wanted, and then said, I want a sedan, an SUV, and an MVP. For the time being, I want these 3 cars. Wow, this is a big deal. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. This is my first time dealing with a business. This place is very close to the car area. I will take you to see it first. Hearing that Jiang Hai wanted to buy 3 cars, the girl named Lu Qing was a little surprised, but then she understood and led Jiang Hai and others to the car area in the distance. On the other side, Louis, while talking with the fat man, had been looking at Jiang Hai. When he saw that Jiang Hai was following Lu Qing, he couldn't help but snort disdainfully. In order to pursue Karma Cliff, he also had some general understanding of the situation of Clive's family. Clive's man was a French chef, but because of an accident a few years ago, he was forced to retire. Karma and Sandy's mother was a housewife, and Shandy Clive was an ordinary county elementary school teacher. Such a family naturally didn't have much money. According to his estimation, this time it was very likely that Shandy Clive came to buy a car, or to buy a car for Karma Cliff. No matter who bought it, the price wouldn't be high. A car that cost $10,000 or $20,000 was really not worth much here. Their commission was only a few $100s, so it was fine to not make a profit. As for Jiang Hai, well, from the beginning, he didn't take Jiang Hai too seriously. Although Jiang Hai's clothes weren't bad, they weren't very good either. Obviously, it didn't match his imagination of a rich person. Rich people's clothes should at least be branded, and Jiang Hai was wearing a mountain lion coat. How could he recognize it? So he unconsciously let go of such a big commission for Jiang Hai. If he estimated it, would he cry in the toilet? Chapter 224. Not to mention Louis over there, just Jiang Hai's side. As he followed the girl to the exhibition hall, Jiang Hai asked her casually, Are you studying here? Which university are you in? I'm in Harvard Pharmaceutical School. I'm a junior this year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl also said with a smile. Pharmaceutical school. Hearing the girl say pharmaceutical school, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't question this university. As long as the sign of Harvard hangs in front, it means that this university is definitely the top in the world. Even Harvard University's excavator department can rank in the top 5 excavator departments in the world. The only one that can compete with it is the legendary flying basket. What he felt a little surprised is that this girl, as a member of the pharmaceutical school and a member of Harvard Pharmaceutical School, would come here to sell cars. How can she do this? I can't do it. There's no other way. I'm an exchange student. I studied in China until my sophomore year. The rest of my time is here, but my student status is still in China, so there's no way for the department to give me a working or internship certificate. I can only find other jobs. Although the commission is not much, I have a base salary of $200 per week, which is enough for me to live. As if seeing Jiang Hai's confusion, LV Qing couldn't help but explain with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also nodded. Indeed, it's not easy for a foreigner to work here. By the way, I listened to your accent. It seems that you are from the north. Where are you from? Beijing or somewhere else? I'm from Lu province. Seeing Jiang Hai understand, Lu Qing also turned her head and asked Jiang Hai. Oh, I'm from Bingqing, not Beijing. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Bingqing. Northeast. Why don't you have a northeast accent? Lu Qing was a little surprised when Jiang Hai said that he was from Bingqing. The 3 provinces in the northeast don't all have accents. Seeing the girl's puzzled look, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say with a smile. The so-called northeastern accent was actually most concentrated in Liao province, where the northeastern accent was the strongest. Further north, in Ji province, the accent became lighter. Further north, in the vicinity of Bing City, the people there spoke almost the same as Mandarin, except for some slang words. But other than these slang words, the rest of the words were basically the same as standard Mandarin. Jiang Hai once had a friend from Yun province. When they went out to play, Jiang Hai called his mother, who was still alive at that time. His friend was extremely surprised and said to him, "Why are you speaking Mandarin when you call your mother?" Hearing this, Jiang Hai was stunned. This was because the people there spoke in Mandarin. Seeing Jiang Hai and LV Qing chatting happily, Sandy and Karma behind Jiang Hai and LV Qing became a bit depressed. Because they didn't understand Chinese, Sandy could still bear it. But Karma couldn't bear it. She couldn't help but pull Jiang Hai's sleeve and look at him with a pair of big eyes, motioning him to translate. In this regard, Jiang Hai didn't say anything and translated the conversation between him and LV Qing. When Karma heard that LV Qing came from Harvard Medical School, she was extremely surprised and talked to her with a happy face. It turned out that Karma wanted to go to this school the most. In the United States, the social status of doctors was very high. The commoner professions with the highest income were medicine and lawyer. Although these two professions were nothing in the eyes of some tycoons and rich people, in the eyes of ordinary people, these two professions were extremely lucrative. The conditions in Clive's family were not bad, but not good either. In addition, Karma Cliff's academic performance was really good, so it was understandable that she wanted to study medicine. While the two were asking and answering, unknowingly, they had walked to the car exhibition hall. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai felt that his eyes were suddenly open. In this large hall, there were hundreds of cars of various models and brands. After all, this was the largest car sales point in Winthrop. At the same time, it also served as a warehouse for the car sales center in Boston. The buildings in the Boston area were narrow and small. Even in the 4S store, the place to store the cars would not be too big. Compared with the urban area of Boston, the surrounding places were much larger. Although LV Qing had hardly sold a car, she still had the posture. After all, she had been trained. With Jiang Hai and his party, she came to the front of several cars and introduced them. Walking into a car, LV Qing said helplessly, "Although I don't want to admit it, the price difference between the domestic cars and the cars here is indeed a bit too big. Let's not talk about the quality first, just the price difference is too big." After I sold the car, I also looked up some information about the price difference of domestic cars on the internet. TSK, let's not talk about it anymore. Let me introduce you first. Actually, if you want to buy a car, the best is the Japanese. Although I know that Mr. Jiang probably hates Japanese cars, this is the most cost-effective. If it's just a means of transportation, these cars are very good. According to the requirements of work, LV Qing began to introduce the few cars around her. This is a Toyota Camry. The starting price of the low-spec car is $22,425, which is about 130,000 yuan. However, in China, it sells for 179,800 yuan. The higher spec car is $28,625, which is about 174,000 yuan. In China, it sells for 329,800 yuan. This is a Honda Accord. The starting price here is $21,680, and the highest spec car is $29,115. In China, the lower spec car sells for 200,000 yuan, and the higher spec car sells for 300,000 yuan. This is a Mazda 6. The starting price is $20,990, which is about 127,700 yuan. In China, it sells for more than 170,000 yuan. The Xuanyi is $15,990, and the Corolla is $16,800. The American cars here are even cheaper. Listening to Lu Qing's introduction, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips. Well, these low-level cars were basically sold here. They were about one-third cheaper than those sold in China. Whether it was Japanese or American, it was the same. However, the Korean cars, such as Kia and some Hyundai models, were about the same price as those sold in China. Some of the lower-spec cars were even cheaper in China than here, which puzzled Jiang Hai. However, he did not come here to buy these cars, so he waved his hand and interrupted LV Qing's words. "I'm not here to buy these cars, please introduce me to a high-end car." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, LV Qing, who was still talking, could not help but stop and look at Jiang Hai with some surprise. Because she did not see Jiang Hai as a rich man, but Jiang Hai had a request, so she could only comply. She took Jiang Hai and the other two to the middle part. This is the Volkswagen Touareg 13 model. It has a 3.6-liter engine and 280 horsepower. It's considered a premium car in China. The starting price of this car is $910,000 in China, but it starts at $43,995 here, which is $600,000 cheaper than in China. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but choke. Well, buying a car in China is more than buying three here. I want a better one. After thinking about it, this is not China after all. A car worth 1 million yuan in China is indeed very attractive, and it is enough to pick people up, but this is the United States after all. Buying a car less than $100,000 to pick people up is shameful. Then this is the BMW 740 Li, 13, 6 liters, twin-turbo, 544 horsepower. The starting price of this is $141,200, and it should be sold at 2.56 million yuan in China. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl also reported mechanically 141,200, which is more than 800,000 yuan, well, another triple the price. Is there a better one? After calculating in his heart, Jiang Hai felt that it was better to look at a better one. Besides, he was not short of money now. The best are the three top recreational cars, Bentley, Maybach, and Rolls-Royce. Since you want to ask, I won't introduce you to the European cars. This is the Bentley Mulsanne 11.6 8T Deluxe version. It is sold for $298,900 here, and it should be sold at 5.25 million yuan in China. Hearing LV Qing's words, Jiang Hai had already done the conversion habitually. This is more reliable. Why? It is not triple. $300,000 is about 1.85 million yuan, which is more than twice the price. If it is not triple the price difference, it is not too bad, at least in Jiang Hai's opinion. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The convertible is $469,900, and it should be sold at 8 million yuan in China. The price difference is about 5 million yuan, but you want a recreational car. We have a normal one here. The extended version is also $469,900, and it should be sold at 7.98 million yuan in China. The non-extended version is $369,900. The Maybach is not available now. If you want to see it, we can go outside and see. But basically, the Maybach is about the same as these two cars. After introducing the Bentley, LV Qing began to introduce the Rolls-Royce. Then I'll take the extended one, this one. Jiang Hai was too lazy to calculate the price difference in the middle. What a scam. He had to admit that the comparison between the domestic and overseas car prices was really high. In the past, people always said that domestic cars were expensive because of the high customs tax, which was 40%. Now it seems that even if the tax was 40%, it would not be so expensive. A car worth 1 million, even if the customs tax was 40%, it would only be 1.4 million yuan, but it would be sold at 4.1 million yuan in China. Is this because of the tax? It seems that technology is the way to go. They sell it at whatever price they say. TSK, how shameless. Chapter 225. In addition to cars, Jiang Hai also took a look at SUVs, which were off-road vehicles. The so-called SUV translated to suburban multi-purpose vehicles. Now it was basically divided into two types. One was the pure off-road type, such as the famous Wrangler series, and the other was the urban SUV. This kind of SUV had no problem going to the countryside and the suburbs, but it may not be able to go to other places. Since Jiang Hai had already bought a car and was going to buy an MPV, there was no need to buy an urban SUV. After Lu Qing's introduction, Jiang Hai found that in addition to off-road SUVs, such as the Wrangler and the Mercedes-Benz AMG, there was another type of SUV called the civilian armored vehicle. And in these cars, many of them were ones that Jiang Hai had seen before. For example, when he went into the mountains last time, Paul and the others drove many of these SUVs. Among them, the most famous and the cheapest was the Land Rover Guardian. In addition to the Guardian, there were two cars that Jiang Hai didn't recognize. One of them was called the Renault Sherpa, which was a car produced by a French company. The other was a car produced by Soviet Russia, called the GAZ, the Tiger Armored SUV. However, the car that Jiang Hai bought was not these cars. Maybe people at his age were not very interested in those old cars, so although he also bought the best car, it cost him nearly 500,000 yuan, plus tax. But when he bought this armored SUV, he spent more money. This car could buy 3 Rolls-Royces. This car was called the Coburg Shield, which was ranked the second strongest armored SUV in the world. It was divided into a combat version, 3-compartment, and a command version, 2-compartment. Its bulletproof level was also divided into 3 types, from the lowest B6, can easily defend against rifles and AK, to B7, may defend against sniper rifles and large-caliber rifles, to NATO, can defend against shotguns, machine guns, anti-tank rifles, and anti-material sniper rifles. It just so happened that Jiang Hai was still a little worried about himself recently. With this car, he naturally felt more at ease. However, the price of this car was also very interesting. It was the best-equipped NATO-grade bulletproof car, and it cost 20 million renminbi in China. The asking price here was $7,388 million, $359 million for AB7, and $990,000 for AB6. Of course, that was the price of the fruit car. If he wanted to buy one, he would have to pay insurance, car tax, purchase tax, and usage tax. The most expensive car even cost $2 million. To be honest, Jiang Hai didn't mind spending $500,000 on a car. After all, he had just earned more than 10 million, but if he had to spend 2 million to buy a car, he would feel a little heartache. After all, he had spent a long time in the water to earn the money. He was reluctant to spend a fraction of the money on a car. Most importantly, he still had to prepare the money to develop his own winery. But after considering his own safety, Jiang Hai decided that if he didn't make one, he would make one of the best ones. There was only a month left until the New York Beef Show. He believed that with his money, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive for a month. This one, a NATO-grade one. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai said these words. When they heard these words, not only was LV Qing dumbfounded, but also Karmacliff and SH20 Clive. They really didn't think that Jiang Hai would be so generous. However, this money was all Jiang Hai's, and they couldn't control it. Besides, Jiang Hai was also considering his own safety. Although it was a little scary to spend so much money, it was still acceptable. Okay, I'll write it down for you. Hearing that Jiang Hai wanted this car, LV Qing was very surprised, but she still nodded professionally and wrote down Jiang Hai's request. A car of this level was basically custom-made. Perhaps because he spent too much money on this SUV, Jiang Hai also had some heartache. Therefore, when he bought the MPV, Jiang Hai went easy on it and didn't buy a car that was too expensive. A Ford 6-door, 7-seat E350 became his means of transportation. However, although this car wasn't very good, it could be sold for more than 1 million yuan in China. It was worth more than $100,000 here. Although it was a lot less expensive than the cars in front, it was still considered a high-end car. When Jiang Hai chose these cars, he directly paid the full amount. When paying, he also met the manager he met when he came to buy a car last time. Because Jiang Hai didn't need a loan and didn't need to pay in installments, he directly paid in full, so the manager also decided to give Jiang Hai a 5% discount. Although the discount wasn't too much, it made Jiang Hai's heart feel a little more comfortable. At least he had the money to pay taxes and license fees. With the swipe of Jiang Hai's card, a fraction of his property instantly said goodbye to him. But considering that he didn't earn any more money, he wasn't so sad. When the news spread, Karma's classmate was accompanying the fat man to look at cars. The fat man was going to buy a car for his wife as a wedding gift, but the car he picked was also about $70,000. Although $70,000 was a lot, compared with Jiang Hai's car which added up to more than $2 million, it was really a lot worse. Thinking about the commission, LV Qing estimated that the money this time was enough for her to eat and drink well here for the rest of her college life. The boy named Louis felt his vision go black. He really didn't see that Jiang Hai turned out to be a rich man. This time, he really accompanied his wife and lost soldiers. When he was about to run out and explain to Jiang Hai had already paid the money, went to the parking lot and drove away. Because the cars he ordered all needed to be hand-built, there was no stock now. He could only wait for the main factory to finish and then send it over, which would take half a month. However, Jiang Hai had nothing to do in half a month, so it didn't matter. After half a month, the car company would send the car directly to his manor. After confirming the delivery date, Jiang Hai left with the two girls. As for Louis, they had long forgotten about him. With the roar of the car, Jiang Hai and others quickly returned to the manor this time. After parking the car in the parking lot, Little Huang, Xiaobai, Dai Teeth, and Chirps, who were more willing to play outside, ran over from a distance because it was already spring. They were too familiar with Jiang Hai's voice and smell. Hey, good dog, good dog. As soon as they saw Jiang Hai jump out of the car, Little Huang and Xiaobai had already rushed over, constantly rubbing their heads against Jiang Hai's trousers and licking Jiang Hai's outstretched hand with their tongues. Jiang Hai also rubbed their heads after grabbing their butts. Unlike Little Huang and Xiaobai, Dai Teeth and Chirps were not as fast as these two guys. Since Dai Teeth absorbed Jiang Hai's blood, his body was now much bigger than before. However, unlike the average fat dog, this guy was very strong. He used to climb trees very fast, but now he was even faster. Moreover, his strength was not small. It was precisely because he was getting heavier that Xiaobai was no longer willing to carry him. He didn't care and still ran behind the two dogs every day. Chirp's situation was similar to Dai Teeth's. Now, the feathers on its body were almost fully grown. This kind of growth speed was somewhat supernatural. Logically speaking, Chirps should be about 5 months old, but it didn't look like it was 5 months old. Instead, it looked like it had grown up. The feathers on its head had basically turned white, and the feathers on its body were very hard. It was basically fully grown. Ji Zhan opened it up and saw that it was almost a meter long. Although it had not reached adulthood, it was already pretty good. Of course, it couldn't fly yet, but it had already shown that it liked the surrounding environment. Every day, when it had nothing to do, it would run around the manor with its 3 big brothers, Xiaobai, Little Huang, and Dai Teeth. Even though this fellow had wings, it was the slowest one to run. Furthermore, it was very fun to jump around. While the 2 dogs were clinging to Jianghai, Dai Teeth and Chirps also ran over, but they didn't immediately jump into Jianghai's arms. Instead, they stood in place and looked at Shenticlive and Karmacliff, who came back with Jianghai. Jianghai's animals were very smart, and their IQs were at least as high as a 5 or 6-year-old child. They naturally knew Shenticlive, but they didn't know Karmacliff, so they looked at her with some vigilance. Wow, what a big dog, and a big squirrel. What is this, an eagle? On the contrary, when they saw Karmacliff, they were vigilant, but when Karmacliff saw them, she was full of joy and immediately shouted loudly. While talking, she walked over, wanting to get closer to the 2 little guys, but when she just took a step, Dai Teeth had already jumped away from his original position and rushed to Xiaobai in a few strides, squeaking at Xiaobai. Chirps also jumped a few steps away from Karmacliff. Just when Karmacliff was curious, suddenly the 2 docile dogs beside Jianghai were in a state of anger. Xiaobai's body straightened, and its sharp canine teeth were exposed at this time, making a warning sound. As for Xiaobai, although it didn't make a sound, it lowered its body. If there were people who were familiar with animals, they would know that when an animal's body is stretched forward to make itself look big, it's actually more to scare others, but when an animal tries to shrink itself as much as possible, it means that it's going to attack. When Jianghai saw Xiaobai and Goldie's movements, he immediately gave them a kick each. What are you shouting for? This is Karmacliff, Teacher Xanthi's sister, go play somewhere else. Chapter 226. When they heard that she was Shenticlive's sister, the animals' vigilant expressions instantly disappeared. Even Buck Teeth, who had complained just now, deliberately ran to her side and showed a flattering smile. As for Xiaobai, it sat on the same spot and continued to look at Buck Teeth. Buck Teeth was the one who said that he wanted to fight, and now he was the one who wanted to flatter others. It was a little confused. As for Chirpy, it stretched its neck and looked at them with a puzzled expression. Perhaps it was difficult for it to understand Buck Teeth's wretchedness because it had not fully grown yet. Little Yellow was cold after all. After glancing at Karmacliff indifferently, it turned around and walked away. Seeing that their boss had left, the lackeys also stopped fooling around. They all let out a strange cry and ran off with Goldie. Okay, come in. It's your first time here, so they don't recognize you. You can come again in the future. At this time, Karmacliff still hadn't recovered from the frightened cries of the animals. Seeing her like this, Jianghai couldn't help but smile. This girl seemed to be fearless, but he didn't expect her to be so timid. Your animals are so smart. If your 2 dogs give birth to puppies, remember to leave one for me. But obviously, Jianghai was thinking too much. For a girl of this age, it was impossible to scare her unless she was bitten by a dog. Otherwise, this was the age when one was most forgetful, and so was Karmakarev. Ahem, come in. Hearing Karmacliff's words, Jianghai couldn't help but smile. You want the offspring of these 2 guys? Just wait. Seeing Jianghai walk to the villa in front of him and open the door, Shenticlive also pulled his sister in. However, Karma Cliff was obviously very interested in Jiang Hai's manor. Before coming, she also took a look at Jiang Hai's manor outside. She had to admit that Jiang Hai's manor was very beautiful. Especially now that it was early spring, the sky was blue, and the ocean in the distance was also blue. In the middle of the blue, it was like a green sandwich. The pasture was located here, and from afar, one could see large herds of cattle and sheep coming and going on the pasture. The feeling of cattle and sheep in the wind made Karma Cliff want to play here, but her sister was here today, so she could only forget about it. At the same time, she made up her mind that she would come and play with Jiang Hai the next time she had a break. But when she walked into the villa, she had just made up her mind, but she couldn't help but waver. Because at this moment, there were already many girls sitting in the living room of the villa, chattering happily. She glanced at these girls. Most of them were about the same age as her. Some were a bit older than her, but not much older. There were also two who were obviously much younger than her. When these girls saw Jiang Hai come in, some of them were brimming with happy smiles. However, when they saw her and her sister, most of them froze. Only the two youngest girls, who looked like a pair of sisters, bloomed with the happiest smile. This made Karma Cliff a bit uneasy. This Jiang Hai can't be a pervert, right? He actually has so many girls, and they all look quite beautiful. Looking at these girls, Karma Cliff couldn't help but whisper in her heart. Her determination to come here instantly disappeared. You're all here. I miss Daliana and Marian a bit today, so I came to see them and teach them at the same time. Are you guys interested in learning together? But unlike Karma Cliff, Clive obviously knew about the existence of these girls. Because for her, she also understood and sympathized with these girls' pasts. When Jiang Hai Gang brought them here, he had already told her about it. Moreover, she had come here so many times, and sometimes she would see these girls, so she was not unfamiliar with them. However, these girls seemed to be a little afraid of her. No, we'll leave first. Lunch break is almost over. We still have work to do later. Hearing Clive's words, Aphrodite, who was sitting closest to the door, stood up and smiled at her. Seeing her gesture, the 7 girls who were still sitting there also stood up. After smiling at Clive, they nodded at Jiang Hai, then picked up their jackets and walked out. Clive also understood that these girls were unwilling to have too much contact with her. She knew that now was not the time to force it. Her main students were still Daliana and Marian. After watching the 8 girls leave, Daliana and Marian also jumped up and threw themselves into Clive's arms, but they were a little wary of Karma Cliff standing behind Clive. Okay, let me introduce you. This is Karma Cliff, Teacher Xanthi's sister. Today she came to our house as a guest. You have to get along well. Have you had lunch? Looking at the 2 girls in front of him, Jiang Hai hung his jacket at the door and asked them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the 2 girls glanced at Karma Cliff and then gestured. Jiang Hai knew that it meant that they had eaten. Thinking about it, if he wasn't around, these 2 girls would go to Mrs. Phillips' place to eat. Secondly, with Aphrodite and the other girls around, they wouldn't starve. Although these girls didn't have much cooking experience before, they had been in the manor for a few months after all. In the beginning, they indeed only knew how to cook the food. As for whether it tasted good was another matter. After all, they couldn't even fill their stomachs in the past. But after cooking for a few months, although their cooking skills weren't very good, it was still not bad. They liked to curry favor with Jiang Hai, and Daliana and Marian were the most important link between them and Jiang Hai. No matter what, they would completely stand behind the 2 girls and be on the same side with them. Okay, you sit here and watch TV first. I'll go prepare lunch. Your teacher Xanthi, Miss Karma, and I haven't eaten yet. Hearing the two girls' words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Originally, on the way, he said that he would invite the two girls to Winthrop. But Karma Cliff said that she wanted to eat Jiang Hai's steak. Although Jiang Hai didn't cook well, he still agreed. I'll go help. Seeing Jiang Hai put away his clothes, he went to the cold storage next to him and took out a piece of beef eye to prepare to cook. On the other side, Shite Clive was still discussing learning with the two girls. Karma Cliff, who didn't want to watch TV, couldn't help but turn her eyes. After saying something to the three, she ran into the kitchen. What's wrong? Hungry? Don't worry, it'll be ready in a while. Seeing Karma Cliff coming in, Jiang Hai marinated the steak and said to her. He didn't prepare a lot of food for lunch. Cheddar soup, grilled steak, fried cod, fried meatballs, and a salad. The staple food was bread, which Jiang Hai always had. No, I'm here to help. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff walked over with a smile. She washed her hands, took the initiative to pick up the vegetables that Jiang Hai had taken out, and prepared to wash them. Don't bother, how can I let the guest do it? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand. Haha, no, you and my sister are the same age. But it doesn't matter, we didn't bring you any gifts, so it's only right that we help prepare. Don't look down on me, I helped my dad before. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff didn't say anything else and directly started to prepare. She didn't lie. When she was young, when her father was still in the Western restaurant, in addition to cooking the dishes ordered by the guests, he also had to cook the dishes eaten by the people in the Western restaurant. At that time, Karma Cliff, who was still young, learned to cut vegetables in order to earn pocket money. Watching Karma Karev wash the vegetables and the like, her knife skills were really good. Jiang Hai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He continued to cook his steak. He really didn't see that Karma, this little girl, had this skill. Hey, I say, are you interested in my sister? Turning her head and looking at Jiang Hai, who was cooking in the sun, Karma Cliff said to Jiang Hai while cutting things. Well, I can't say that I'm interested, but I admit that I do have some feelings for your sister. Hearing Karma Cliff's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but choke and said a little awkwardly. Like is like, don't like is don't like, what do you mean have some feelings? You Orientals are emoji, but let me say the ugly words first, you should also have some understanding of my sister's situation. What she hates most is people who are unfaithful to their marriage. You see, there are so many beauties in your manner, but you still dare to be so blatant. I'm not very optimistic about you. When Karma Cliff said this, her eyes were always looking at Jiang Hai, wanting to see what expression he had. But it seemed that after hearing her words, Jiang Hai's face did not flash a look of panic, shyness, or hesitation. Instead, it was as if nothing had happened. Oh, you mean those girls just now? Those girls are deaf and mute, because, for some reason, they were recruited by me as employees. Don't I have a winery? I haven't found a suitable winemaker yet, so I haven't started work yet. As for Delina and Marion, they are my daughters, your sister knows this, I have nothing to do with them. Although Jiang Hai is not a good person, at least he has principles. How can a rabbit eat the grass near its nest? Winemaker. If you really want to make wine, I have a good candidate. At this time, Karma's eyes lit up. Chapter 227. Sis, tell me the truth, do you have a chance with Jiang Hai? Karma Cliff, who was lying on Clive's big bed, looked at her sister who was sitting at the desk looking at a gold coin and said with some dissatisfaction. Cough, what do you mean by a chance, what do you know? Hearing her sister's words, Clive's face flashed a trace of unnaturalness, then she put the gold coin that Jiang Hai just gave her into her treasure chest. Although this gold coin was not expensive, it was the first thing that Jiang Hai gave her, so she must treasure it well. Today, the two sisters had 2 meals at Jiang Hai's house, lunch and dinner. Because although there were a lot of police near Jiang Hai's house, he was still in a state of being watched by others. So Jiang Hai did not let the two stay too late. After dinner at 6:00 in the evening, he sent the two back. If they were late, for their safety, Jiang Hai might let them stay in the manor overnight. "Sis, do you really think I'm a child? I'm already 18 years old, I'm about to graduate from high school and enter university." Hearing Schweineklife's words, Carmacliff looked at her contemptuously and said to her. Hearing her sister's words, Schweineklif remembered that her sister seemed to have unknowingly grown up. At least now, legally, she has the right to make decisions and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. "Actually, Jiang Hai and I don't have a chance, but I admit that I have a good impression of him. After all, if you get to know this man, you will find that he is really good." Gently turning around and looking at her sister, Schweineklif also expressed her thoughts in front of her family for the first time. "Yeah, if I didn't go to his house, I also feel that he is good. He looks a little innocent, he has a good height and a good physique. Although he is not too handsome, he is very manly. Most importantly, he is rich." Hearing her sister's words, Carmacliff also analyzed Jiang Hai's situation. Hearing her sister's words, Schweineklife's face couldn't help but blush, and at the same time, she slowly said, "And I feel that he seems to be very concerned about me, but maybe we are both very careful, so I don't know what the situation is now. I knew you two would be like this, that's enough. But sis, do you really think that Jiang Hai is nothing? The 10 girls in his manor, let's not talk about Delina and Marion first. After all, they are his daughters in name. And it seems that he takes care of these 2 girls very well, so he shouldn't have any other thoughts. But do those girls have nothing to do with him?" Seeing that Schweineklif seemed to be falling into her own dream, Carmacliff couldn't help but sit up and say with a serious face. In her view, Aphrodite and the others were her sister's biggest opponents. In fact, they were rescued together with Delina and Marion, but unlike Delina and Marion, they had been in the water for a long time at that time. The reason why I'm not worried is mainly because of Jiang Hai's personality. Maybe you don't know, but Jiang Hai himself is a clean freak. I don't know if he's going to play, but if he wants to get married, these girls who have been in that profession before will definitely not be his choice." Looking at her sister, Schweineklif also smiled. Since she was somewhat concerned about Jiang Hai, naturally she was also very concerned about the girls who appeared around Jiang Hai. The reason why she didn't care about Aphrodite and the others appearing around Jiang Hai was mainly because Jiang Hai told her about his habits. After all, Jiang Hai was not 17 or 18, but in his early 20s. He wouldn't be so naive to think that all the girls in the world who were close to him had their first time, so he didn't expect his other half to be that kind of person. Of course, it would be even better if it was. But at least it shouldn't be so dirty that it would make his heart ache. Just like a spoon, if one person licked it, maybe Jiang Hai could accept it, but if 10,000 people licked it, and there was no way to brush it, then Jiang Hai couldn't stand it and could only stay away. In Schweineklife's eyes, these girls belong to the spoon that 10,000 people licked, there is no threat. Really? Did those girls really work in that profession before? It doesn't look like it, those girls didn't seem to have done it yet. Hearing her sister's explanation, Carmacliff said a little strangely. "How do you know?" Hearing her sister's words, Schweineklif also smiled, she likes to think blindly. "Of course, because I'm the same. You don't know, the girls who haven't done it can be seen." "Well, it seems that you don't want to know." Seeing her sister turn her head when she heard her words, Carmacliff couldn't help but wave her fist in hatred. This guy is too hateful, doesn't he know that I'm worried about her? Our teacher said that there is a saying in the distant East that you may know a person's face but not his heart. Sister, I think it's better for you to be careful, so I specially arranged an informant for you today. But after all, they are sisters. Carmacliff looked at Schwuniclive's appearance. She couldn't help but move closer and say with a mysterious face. Informant. Hearing her words, this time it was Schwuniclive's turn to be surprised. When did this guy learn how to be an agent? Yeah, an informant. Looking at her sister's surprised look, Carmacliff also laughed. When the clock pointed to 9:00 in the morning the next day, two men appeared in Jiang Hai's manor. Looking at the two men, Jiang Hai's first impression was very good. After shaking hands with the two men, he warmly invited them to sit down. Hello, sit anywhere, don't be polite. When the three of them sat down, Jiang Hai also went to make 2 cups of coffee and brought it to the two men. The two men were flattered by Jiang Hai's hospitality. While respectfully receiving the coffee, they also looked at Jiang Hai. While they were looking at Jiang Hai was also looking at them. The two men were old and middle-aged. The old man looked about 60 years old. He was about 1.75 meters tall. He was not fat and had a medium build. He had silver white hair, but his face was not like the average Westerners. When he got older, there were more wrinkles on his face. There were wrinkles on his face, but they were few. The most conspicuous thing was his high nose, which was really too high. To be honest, Jiang Hai had stayed in Boston for so long, and he rarely saw such a big nose and such a high nose. As for the middle-aged man next to him, he was a typical white man with blonde hair and a slightly serious face, which made him look a little fierce. He sat there more like a soldier than a brewer. These two men were Carmacliff's informants. This must be Mr. Gerard. He looks younger than the voice on the phone. I heard from Miss Carmacliff that you should be French. Sitting on the sofa opposite, Jiang Hai took a sip of tea in front of him, then asked the old man. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man also nodded. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dulles Gerard. To be exact, I should be a French-American. My grandfather's generation was French, but when it came to my father's generation, they immigrated to the United States. But when I was young, I returned to France. This is Connor Murphy, my assistant, and also a master white wine brewer. Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man introduced himself and the people around him. In fact, before they came, Jiang Hai also had some understanding of them. According to Carmacliff, Dulles Gerard is a very outstanding wine brewer. From planting, maintenance, brewing and sugar extraction, he is a rare master. When he was young, he used to make wine in the Burgundy region of France. His manor has won a lot of praise in internationally renowned competitions such as the Brussels International Wine Competition, the Magna Wine Competition, the Bordeaux Aquitaine Wine Competition, the Wine Grand Prix, and other international competitions. He has won a total of 27 gold medals in his life. It can be said that his reputation is extremely resounding in the vicinity of France. The reason why he was familiar with Clive's family was mainly because of Carmacliff's father. At that time, he went to France to learn how to cook. One of them cooked and the other made red wine. They were a perfect match, so they became good friends. Later, after Carmacliff's father finished his apprenticeship, he went to South America. The reason why he later settled in Boston was also because of Dulles Gerard, because he lived in Boston after retirement. The reason why he was now ready to leave the mountain was that Jiang Hai's environment was good, and the food was good. It was equivalent to going to another place for a vacation. The second reason was because the business he invested in recently collapsed, and his savings were somewhat unable to make ends meet. As for Connor Murphy, who was next to him, he was a German born in the town of Wittingen, Germany, which is also the home of white wine. When it comes to German red wine, it is not good, but when it comes to their white wine, it is the world's first. Oh, Connor Murphy has been exposed to winemaking since he was a child. When he was young, he once won the gold medal in the Magna wine competition. However, after meeting Dulles Gerard, he became his assistant. Over the years, the two of them were like teachers and fathers, and they lived a good life. Before that, he worked at the Boston Wine Tasting Conference. When he learned that his teacher was going to leave the mountain, he came together. After talking, Jiang Hai was very satisfied with the two of them. Gerard was experienced, and his own level was good. Oh, Connor Murphy was rigorous and also quite experienced. Jiang Hai believed that with the two of them and his own aura, it would be strange if the wine of his manor was not good. He was already looking forward to the wine sales of the winery. Chapter 228. Time always passes inexplicably fast. When he was young, he always looked forward to Saturdays and Sundays, looking forward to rest and holidays. But after he became an adult, the feeling of passing days as if they were years gradually disappeared, especially when there was no pressure, no motivation, and nothing else to do. Time always passed very quickly. There was a very good word to describe it: swaying. It feels like time is moving, and a long time has passed in a flash. Jiang Hai now feels that his life is very shaky, so shaky that he almost has no concept of the so-called date and time. Because Jiang Hai's life is basically the same every day. After waking up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, he washes up, makes breakfast, and then goes for a run. This is not really a morning run, it can only be said to be exercise. After coming back, he may go to the cowshed in the morning to take care of Xiao Xia, and take it out to ride 2 laps. At noon, he will go home for lunch, and in the afternoon, he will either stay at home or go out to play by boat. Of course, Jiang Hai's so-called play is mainly diving. At present, Jiang Hai's physical fitness is twice that of a human. In the sea, he can already explore it, but after all, he is still very timid. Although he can ignore the water pressure, his swimming speed in the water is much faster than the average person, but it is still a lot slower than a fish. Although he is escorted by Desha, if he encounters a big shark or a whale, it will be troublesome. So he just plays in his own fish farm and the open sea around his fish farm. When he was in the fish farm, Jiang Hai also injected a lot of spirit energy into the water plants in his fish farm. At this time, if someone were to go down to the sea to check the aquatic plants in the Jiang Hai fishery, they would be surprised to find that it was almost impossible for these plants to have been planted for just a few months. The spiritual energy in the Jiang Hai fishery had a much greater effect on the growth of plants than animals. Jiang Hai's current aquatic plants were almost like aquatic plants that had been growing for 5 or 6 years. It was very lush. Among these aquatic plants, there are a lot of shellfish, lobsters, king crabs, spotted shrimps, and geoduck clams raised by Jiang Hai. However, these things are still in their infancy state, but their survival rate is quite high. Jiang Hai's group above the water plants, there are a lot of cuttlefish, octopus, and so on. These things also grow very fast. Further up, there are the fish raised by Jiang Hai, such as salmon, American redfish, and longzhu. Although these guys are in the state of young seedlings, they are still bigger than cuttlefish and octopus, and they feed on these things. In this way, in Jiang Hai's fishing grounds, a very simple food chain was formed. Jiang Hai felt that every time he saw these little guys, they would grow a little. It seems that the fish in his fish farm are really different from cows. Now, Jiang Hai just needs to wait and make money. In order to trap these fish, Edward Anderson will let Marin Rupert drive the A7802F plane that Jiang Hai bought every 2 days to dump fish food over the fish farm. These fish food are also specially made. Not only are there shrimp fished out, but there is also beef, cow offal, and the ranch in Jianghai's manor. These fish food are also very popular with these small fish, and eating meat naturally grows much faster than eating cuttlefish. Since Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy were recruited, the three major money-making institutions of Jianghai's manor have all been operating. The ranch, the fishery, and the winery have all begun to move in the direction of profitability. Although the effect of the fishery is good, Jianghai is still not sure when it will make money. However, the winery is very simple. According to Dulles Gerard, Jianghai planted a total of 4 kinds of grapes, the most of which is Cabernet Sauvignon. This is the world's most famous wine grape, so it is naturally the first choice. However, Cabernet Sauvignon alone can become the perfect red wine. According to the proportion, some other kinds of grapes must be added, among which are Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot. The other kind of grape is a kind of white grape, which is prepared to make ice wine and white wine. It is mainly supervised by O'Connor Murphy. This kind of white grape is called Chardonnay. Although they are all grapes, the way to take care of different grapes is naturally different. Fortunately, Jianghai has a lot of people here. As the weather gradually warmed up in March, the planting of vegetables was basically completed. The rest of the maintenance and watering were done by Mrs. Philemon and others. After the arrival of the two, Aphrodite and the others also officially became bartenders. At first, Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy were a little embarrassed to be commanding these 8 beautiful girls, although they were old enough to be the fathers and grandfathers of these girls. But after all, there is a difference between men and women. However, after seeing that these girls are unusually serious, they gradually became familiar with each other. But to be honest, men are very single-minded. No matter a woman's age, the people they like are different. But since men began to be interested in that, 90% of their fantasies are beauties between 18 and 25 years old. These girls naturally meet the requirements, although they are now masters. But even if they can only watch them work when they have nothing to do, after all, they are very happy to work with beautiful women. Jianghai doesn't know how to make wine, he doesn't know how to grow grapes. After all, he wasn't born in the countryside before. His limbs are not diligent, and he can't distinguish the 5 grains. Although it has been better in recent months, he is still the material to be an assistant when he has nothing to do. In addition to the main business of the manor, Jianghai's personal feelings are the same as before. There is no progress. Schweniclive still comes to teach Delina and Marion every 2 or 3 days, and sometimes brings Carmacliff, but as the 3 become more and more familiar with each other, Jianghai and Sandy still don't have any sparks. In Karma's eyes, she is anxious in her heart, but Jianghai and Schweniclive seem to like it very much, so she doesn't need to say more. The United States is very lenient about the love of their children. Parents and parties are not anxious, so it is useless for her to be anxious. In this way, time flowed by unknowingly, almost without giving Jianghai time to react. The cars that Jianghai ordered were also delivered a while ago. The Nouveau Riche Gold Shield, the black and blue Rolls-Royce, and the black Ford E350 were placed in the parking lot of the house, and the whole atmosphere was different in an instant. Among these cars, Jianghai's favorite is naturally his Shield. This car should be driven by a man. Although it is smaller than his F650 and F750, its defense level is several times that of these 2 cars. $2 million for a car wasn't a joke. In recent days, the car he is most willing to drive is this one. Unknowingly, April in Boston quietly came, and the flower buds on the grassland also bloomed at this time. The climate in Boston, because of its location by the sea, is an oceanic climate. The coldest time is not too cold, and the hottest time is not too hot, but the precipitation is very high. It is easy to have storms in summer and blizzards in winter. In addition to these 2 points, it is still a very good place. In April, in Jianghai's impression, April in Ice City has just opened, and the weather is still very cold, but in Boston, people have changed out of thick winter clothes. Now, it is basically enough to wear a sweater when going out. Jianghai doesn't know about this kind of temperature, but he likes it now. In such a leisurely situation, Jianghai ushered in the most important event since he set up the manor. The New York Beef Show is about to begin. Since Jianghai bought this manor, he has 2 purposes. The first is to upgrade his tattoos. The second reason was to earn more money. Not to mention that Jianghai only had money in his eyes, there was no one in this world who didn't like money. If it wasn't for his lack of money, he wouldn't have failed in his marriage. Therefore, Jianghai was particularly interested in money. As for his beef cattle, to put it bluntly, even if he tied the wine and the fishery together, he would not be able to make as much money as beef cattle. Of course, if you count the fact that Jianghai could ignore the water pressure in the ocean and look for sunken ships, then the business opportunities in the sea would be greater. However, if you purely rely on business, without this kind of night grass, there was no doubt that beef cattle would be a big business. The New York Beef Show is an exhibition that Jianghai is very interested in from the beginning. After a few months of breeding, his cattle have reached the standard to be sold, and this beef show is the best platform to display his manor's sales. The New York Beef Show is scheduled to be held on April 24th. At the beginning of April, Jianghai has already submitted his intention money online to rent a large exhibition hall. This exhibition hall alone cost Jianghai $1 million. However, considering the number of cows that he could sell in the future, $1 million was actually not a lot. One could not catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Moreover, $1 million was not a lot compared to cows. As long as he could sell them, he was willing to spend $100 million. After paying his intention money and obtaining the right to participate in the exhibition, Jianghai's manor also started to move. On April 5th, they selected 15 cattle to be exhibited. On April 7th, they started to feed these cattle in captivity. On April 14th, they went to participate in the cattle inspection and obtained the right to participate in the exhibition. On April 21st, Jianghai's cattle were successfully loaded into the car. Jianghai, Robbins Garcia, Belle Luster, and Eleanor Cece, who came to help, drove Jianghai's Shield and an F-750. They rushed to New York City, which is not far from here. Chapter 229. The sun was shining on Boston's highway. Under the golden sun, a golden armored SUV was also rushing on the road at a very fast speed. Behind this car was a huge F-750. Behind the F-750, there was an extended flatbed. On the flatbed, there were 15 cows standing or lying down. It might also be because they ate too much grass nourished by Jianghai's aura, so these cows were not as timid as other cows. Even most of the cows were curiously looking at the roadside scenery at this time. Sometimes, when they stopped the car, they would nibble on the weeds on the roadside. Of course, most of them would just take a bite and stop eating. For them, they were used to the smell of the pasture in Jianghai's manor. They had no feeling for these ordinary grasses. Unless they were really hungry now, they would not eat these grasses. However, although these cows did not seem to be afraid, Robbins, the veteran cowboy, still felt that they should prioritize safety. Basically, after coming out of the manor and going to any rest stop on the highway, he would tell Jianghai to stop here and observe the cows. Then, he would feed the cows some grass and water to maintain their physical condition. Although it was slow, it was stable. After all, they were going to New York to participate in the competition. If the cows got sick on the road, it would be troublesome. They would have to pull the cows from the manor again, which would be a headache. However, this speed was indeed very slow. After walking for about a morning, Jiang Hai and the others had just arrived at the outskirts of Boston. It would take about 2 hours to drive from Boston to New York, but according to Jiang Hai's estimation, it would be good if they could reach New York before 8 o'clock in the evening. However, the only advantage was that the organizers had arranged a cowshed. No matter how late they arrived, there would be someone to arrange it. At the same time, people like Jiang Hai who had an exhibition hall also had 5 rooms. The $1 million were not spent in vain. Naturally, food and accommodation were included. Although it was just a buffet and they would probably stay in an ordinary guest room, at least they didn't have to spend any effort looking for it. At the last rest stop before leaving Boston, Jiang Hai walked down with a purple teacup just as he parked the car. Ever since Jiang Hai became fond of drinking tea, this purple teacup would never leave his hand if he went out. After getting used to drinking tea, he would feel that the taste of other things was indeed a little worse when he drank other things. After parking the car and going to the bathroom, Jiang Hai came over. It was not the first time that Jiang Hai had seen such a thing. He knew that these people had nothing to do here, so since he was here, he was going to Boston. He still had things to buy, so he said, "You guys eat here first. I will go to Boston." "Okay, boss. Just take care of the time. We can stay here for up to an hour." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins glanced at his watch. Originally, they were going to have lunch at the next place, but now that Jiang Hai said he was going to Boston, they could eat here. After all, Jiang Hai was the one who paid for it. No need. I will go to Hua Xiao's store and be back in a while. After nodding to Robbins, Jiang Hai climbed back into his car. After putting down the teacup, he sped up and headed for the northern part of Boston. Indeed, from the highway, it only took about 10 minutes for Jiang Hai to arrive at his destination. Holding the teacup, Jiang Hai parked the car and jumped out of the car. As soon as he finished, he saw the old man who was sitting in front of the store at this time, waving a fan there. Needless to say, this is the store where Jiang Hai always comes to buy things. "Uncle, I'm resting here." Looking at the old man, Jiang Hai walked over with a smile. However, just as Jiang Hai came over, the old man's eyes hadn't opened yet, but his nose moved first. "Long Jing." Sitting up all of a sudden, the old man looked at Jiang Hai's teacup and asked with a puzzled look. "Yeah, Long Jing, I brought it from China. It tastes good. Would you like to try it?" Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. He was still very confident in his tea, after all, it was so expensive. "There's no need to try it. Judging by the smell, it is indeed produced in Westlake, but it is not a very good variety. Look at my tea." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man couldn't help but chuckle and picked up the small teapot next to him. As the small teapot was opened, a fragrance also went straight to Jiang Hai's nose. The bean fragrance is really refreshing. "Well, it seems good. This smell is stronger than mine." Taking the old man's teapot, Jiang Hai smelled it. Indeed, the bean fragrance of this tea is stronger than his own, and looking at the leaves, they are more complete and beautiful than his own. This made Jiang Hai recognize at a glance that this tea should also be Long Jing. He doesn't know whether it is from Westlake, but at least the taste is better than his own. After taking a sip, Jiang Hai found that his aura, which was increasing all the time, seemed to be absorbed a little faster. This made Jiang Hai very sure that this tea must be better than his tea. "Uncle, where did you get this tea?" Returning the small teapot inside to the old man, Jiang Hai asked with some surprise. I planted it at home, when the domestic management was not too strict. I got a few tea trees, but the black tea trees all died, only a few green tea trees survived. These years, they have grown well. The tea in this teapot is also Westlake Longjing, but it is not watered with the water of Westlake, so it can only be regarded as Longjing. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man said proudly, "Then, sir, can you give me 2 stalks?" Jiang Hai had the idea of getting tea trees from China a long time ago, but unfortunately, China is also not allowed to transplant living things through customs. At least with the current strength of Jiang Hai, he can't get these things. Just like hidden fragrance bead and black goat, these things are not allowed to be brought out of China. If he wants to bring them out, he can only bring made tea leaves. Even fresh tea sprouts are not allowed, which makes Jiang Hai very helpless. It's impossible to accommodate 2, but I can get you a few. Whether you can raise them or not depends on your luck. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man did not hesitate, but said directly, "Jiang Hai usually likes to come here to buy things." Although Jiang Hai brought a lot of food when he came back, there will always be a time when the food will run out, and the food in the supermarket in the United States is not very complete. Anyway, there is nothing that Jiang Hai likes to eat, so he often comes to buy things, and the old man is also very familiar with him. As soon as the old man relented, Jiang Hai also said happily, "Okay, thank you, uncle." Maybe for others, a few branches of tea leaves are difficult to raise, but Jiang Hai doesn't care. He can really plant willow trees casually. His aura is not for nothing, and the tea tree planted with aura, Jiang Hai feels that it will definitely give him a different return in the future. "Kid, you didn't come back this time just to sell your tea leaves, right? It's noon, it's not like your style." After talking to Jiang Hai about the tea leaves, the old man picked up the teapot in front of him and took a sip, and asked strangely, "I'm going to participate in the beef cattle show in New York. The beef cattle are now being observed in the nearby rest station. I have nothing to do, so I came over and asked if you have any wine here." Looking at the old man, Jiang Hai said with a serious face, "Wine? Isn't it inside?" When he heard Jiang Hai say wine, the old man was stunned and pointed to the shelf in the supermarket. "It's not the packaged wine. I want to ask if there is any brewed wine, brewed with pure grain." Jiang Hai continued. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man couldn't help but look at him with some doubts. Generally speaking, this kind of brewed wine has a high alcohol content, and the taste is not very good. It is not that kind of high grade, and there is no good packaging. In China, this kind of wine is not easy to find, let alone abroad. Seeing that Jiang Hai actually wanted such a wine, the old man couldn't help but ask, "Pure grain wine? This kind of wine is not easy to get here. What do you want this wine for? Didn't I tell you a while ago? I went into the mountains to hunt with a group of people. They all hunted adult male deer. After killing them, they took away the antlers, and the rest belongs to me. I also came here to buy spices for stewing venison." When he heard the old man's words, Jiang Hai also said. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, the old man nodded. He did have some impression. Seeing that the old man remembered, Jiang Hai also continued. As he spoke, he observed the old man's expression. "In addition to the venison, they also left me a dozen or so deer penis. Originally, I wanted to stew it, but when I thought of that thing, my heart felt a little uncomfortable and I couldn't eat it. So later, I thought about it, and I want to drink it with wine. Deer penis. Good stuff." Sure enough, when he heard about the deer penis, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Boy, I want to discuss something with you. I will help you get the wine, and I will also give you the tea, all free of charge. But that dear penis, you have to let me have 2, no, 3. Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man's eyes also flashed with a strange light. It seemed that he was very interested in this thing. And Jiang Hai saw that the old man really had a way to get pure grain wine. He couldn't help but be happy. Deal. 3 deer whips were nothing to Jiang Hai Lai. If he wanted, he could go into the mountains to hunt for them. However, this wine made from pure grain was not so easy to get. Now, he was already thinking about what to put in it. The 2 foxes, one old and one young, looked at each other tacitly, and then smiled. Then Jiang Hai and the old man exchanged a few more words, then drove away, returned to the rest station, and continued to go to New York. Sure enough, as Jiang Hai thought, when they arrived at the New York venue, the lights were already on. Chapter 230. It's so late, it's really troublesome. Looking at the single sheet in front of him, Jiang Hai signed his name and said to the staff in front of him with a smile. He handed over a franklin as a tip. Hey, it's no trouble. You guys came early. There will be more people coming tonight. Seeing the green franklin, some of the staff members who were a little reluctant immediately smiled and looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face. After a long day of travel, well, actually, it wasn't that far, mainly because the car was too slow. Jiang Hai and the others finally arrived at New York City around 8 o'clock. When they arrived at the bullpen and hotel provided by the organizers, it was almost 9 o'clock. Fortunately, because the organizers had considered that this time's beef cattle exhibition was very big, and these cattle couldn't be transported by plane, nor could they be transported by train. The train system in the United States wasn't very developed, so most of the cattle would be sent by car. Therefore, the organizers had already arranged for staff to arrange the bullpen for the participating cattle 24 hours a day. At the same time, they also arranged accommodation for the team staff. After Jiang Hai arrived, he found the staff who was still eating supper and called him over to arrange a place for his cattle. With a tip of $100, the staff, who was not very happy at first, was grinning from ear to ear. He arranged for Jiang Hai to have the best cow sheet in their company. Of course, Jiang Hai was not really naive to think that the bullpen he said was the best, so he specifically asked Rabinsi to take a look. After Rabinsi looked at the bullpen, he nodded to Jiang Hai, indicating that the bullpen here was indeed good. After registering their numbers, Jiang Hai and the others drove directly to the nearby hotel, leaving Rabinsi here to watch. After all, such a public storage place was always a bit unsafe. Of course, they weren't afraid of wild beasts or anything like that, but they were afraid of people. If someone were to go crazy and come here, not to mention killing the cows, just feeding the cows something bad would be enough to make people depressed. The reason why Jiang Hai and the others came with 4 people was because of this reason. They need to take turns to keep watch at night. Basically, the 4 of them would keep watch for 2 hours each. Because the place where they lived was only about a 5-minute drive from here, it was more convenient. After making an appointment with Rabinsi to watch the second shift, Jiang Hai followed everyone to the hotel arranged by the organizer. After entering the hotel, Jiang Hai showed the text message that he bought the booth and the number. The staff quickly verified the number and gave Jiang Hai and the others 5 room cards. However, it was obvious that Jiang Hai and the others did not come with 5 people, but it didn't matter if there was an extra room. It was better to have more than one room. Just as Jiang Hai and the others took the room cards and were about to go upstairs to rest, the hotel's elevator also descended from upstairs. When the elevator door opened, Jiang Hai, who was walking in front, and the people who came out of the elevator were unconsciously stunned. What was called enemies on a narrow road? Jiang Hai really didn't understand it before. He thought that the world was so big, and there shouldn't be too many opportunities to meet his enemies. But now he found that the world was round, and he would meet his enemies sooner or later. At this time, a group of people appeared in front of him. It was none other than the people from Cartwright Company. Paul K., who made a bet with Jiang Hai last time, also came out of the elevator at this time, but obviously, he was the central figure last time. This time, he was just a peripheral figure, standing in front of a young man and saying something. When the elevator door opened and Jiang Hai saw him, Paul also saw Jiang Hai, and his face couldn't help but change. Oh, what a coincidence. Does such a big company like yours also live here? Seeing Paul K's face change color, Jiang Hai didn't forget that he still had a bet with this guy. Although $1 million was nothing to Jiang Hai, especially the cattle in his manor, if he sold them all, it would be a terrifying number. But this didn't mean that Jiang Hai would let Paul K go. Jiang Hai had never been a broad-minded person. You. Manager, over here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Paul K's face turned ugly. If it was any other time, he would definitely mock Jiang Hai, but now he had more important things to do. As for the bet between him and Jiang Hai, he naturally knew about it, but he didn't think that his company would lose. Especially after his company developed that thing, he was confident that he would win this bet. Paul, you know him. But when he heard Jiang Hai's words, the young man walking in the middle stopped and looked at Jiang Hai curiously. He could hear the sarcasm in Jiang Hai's words, but he didn't seem to know this person. He's just a farm owner who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hearing the young man's words, Paul K. also said with a smile. This is the person who made the bet with Paul K. But if Paul K. didn't want to say it, someone else would. It was impossible for a large company to be united, especially when it came to sabotaging each other. They were very good at it. As soon as Paul K. finished speaking, a voice came from the side. Oh. It's you. I've heard about this before. $1 million, that's not a small amount. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the young man chuckled. Although this matter was passed back to the company's board of directors was not very satisfied with Paul K's gamble, because it had some impact on the company's positive image. But now that they were united against the outside world, this young man would still stand firmly on his side. For me, 1 million is indeed just a small amount, I'm too lazy to bet on less. Hearing the young man's words, Jiang Hai also felt the hostility in his words and gently picked his ear. If you don't give Jiang Hai face, Jiang Hai naturally won't give you face. $1 million, for the current Jiang Hai, is a lot of money, but he can still afford it. Since you're so confident, do you want to raise the stakes? Seeing Jiang Hai's expression of, I'm a rich man, the young man chuckled and said to Jiang Hai. Okay, I don't care. How much? Shrugging, Jiang Hai said with a serious face. Add another 4 million to make it a round number of 5 million. Seeing Jiang Hai's sloppy look, the young man's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and then a number came out of his mouth lightly. $5 million. Hearing his words, not only the people around him, but even the staff at the front desk in the distance gasped. They originally thought that these two groups were just renewing their friendship, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. These two groups had a grudge against each other. $5 million. More than 80% of the Americans might not be able to earn $5 million even if they worked for a lifetime. These two people said it so casually. What did it mean to treat money as if it wasn't money? They had seen it firsthand. However, it was obvious that 5 million had not reached Jiang Hai's bottom line. He only smiled lightly, stretched out his right hand, raised his index finger, and said to the young man, let's add another 5 million. 10 million. That's called rounding it up. Hiss. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, even the young man was stunned, let alone the people next to him. Originally, the girls at the front desk didn't have any thoughts about Jiang Hai's ordinary clothes. But as soon as these words came out of his mouth, the girls' eyes were like searchlights in the dark night. In an instant, they turned on their maximum power and scanned Jiang Hai's body. They really didn't expect that this guy who looked ordinary, had an ordinary figure, and was dressed in ordinary clothes was actually a super rich man. Since he casually made a bet of tens of millions, it meant that this guy's assets were in the hundreds of millions. He was such a young billionaire. Just thinking about it made them feel like their legs were clamped together even tighter. While these girls were infatuated, the young man's eyes narrowed. $10 million was a huge bet for a rich man in the United States. This young man wasn't a good person to begin with. He was the young owner of the Carlot Livestock Company. The Carlot Livestock Company was a joint stock company. Because of its reputation in the eastern part of the United States, the company's total assets were $17 billion, of which the Carlot family owned 53% of the shares. And this young man was the current patriarch of the Carlot family, the eldest son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken over the position of general manager of the company. However, although he was the first heir of the family, don't forget that the entire family's assets added up to only $1 billion, and his pocket money definitely didn't have $10 million. If he made this bet, he would no longer be representing himself, but the company, because this money would definitely be paid by the company. How do I know if you have $10 million? What if you're trying to get something for nothing? Looking at Jiang Hai, the young man stopped in his tracks. He originally thought that he and Jiang Hai were not on the same level. After all, he was the heir of a company and a family, while Jiang Hai was just a manor owner. However, if Jiang Hai was a manor owner who could take out $10 million in cash at any time, then it would be different. When he said this, he actually didn't want to make this bet anymore. He needed to find a way out. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai knew everything, but he wouldn't give face to those who were destined to be his enemies. There should be more than 15 million in this card. There's a computer here to check. Jiang Hai said calmly as he casually threw the Centurion black gold card in his wallet onto the counter in the distance. Chapter 231. Seeing Jiang Hai's actions, the girls at the counter immediately picked up their black gold cards and checked them online. When the computer screen displayed a number similar to what Jiang Hai had said, the girls' eyes lit up as they looked at Jiang Hai. It seemed that he was a very low-key tycoon. "You're very confident." Narrowing his eyes, the young man looked at Jiang Hai, who had put him in an awkward position. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Speaking of which, he wasn't a brainless idiot. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed whole by his family. The reason why he had stood up for his employee just now was naturally because this person was his employee. That was how people were. If you hit someone, you could only say that the other person deserved it, but if you were hit, you had to pursue so-called fairness. To be precise, Jiang Hai was the same kind of person. So, how could this guy run away after putting on a show? How could he let that happen? Of course I'm confident. I've always been that confident. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai chuckled and said, "Let's go." Narrowing his eyes, the man was considering whether or not his bet with Jiang Hai would work. 10 million was very tempting, but he had to have the ability to spend it. He didn't know why Jiang Hai was so confident in his bowl, but he was a businessman, not a gambler. Perhaps if he was in the IT industry or a venture capital company, he would have chosen to bet with Jiang Hai. But his company was a livestock company. The biggest risk he took every year was to bet on the price of this year's forage. That was all. His company's profits were small, and safety was the priority. If he really lost this 10 million bet, not only would he lose his position as general manager, but he would also suffer a huge blow to his family's inheritance rights. And if he won, he would only win the $10 million. Although the green dollar was tempting, it wasn't enough for him to make such a fatal mistake. So, after glancing at Jiang Hai, he turned around and spoke directly to the people next to him. "Hey, you're leaving already. Otherwise, we'll do as you say. 5 million is fine too." Looking at the backs of these people leaving, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shout loudly. Although these people didn't know what Jiang Hai was thinking, since he dared to shout like that, the young man had to be careful. Looking at the people leaving quickly, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Jiang Hai's smile, Belle Lester walked over and said with a chuckle, "He didn't take the bait, boss." In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Hai who was very confident in their cows. Everyone else was also quite confident in their cows. After all, those cows were personally raised by them, and they were also newbies who had killed them. The probability of special grade A frost beef appearing was as high as 100%. This winter, they had killed a lot of cows, all of which were relatively thin and weak. There was not a single cow that did not have special grade A beef. It was just that the percentage of meat produced was somewhat different. And this type of beef had always been a super killer in the beef industry. The reason why Japanese Wagyu were so amazing and could enjoy such a life was that these bulls who enjoyed such a life had a high probability of producing this type of beef. But even if the probability was high, it wasn't 100%. But Jiang Hai had a 100% success rate. As long as nothing happened to his bull this time, his manor and his beef would definitely become a hit. You can't treat everyone as fools. Let's go back to sleep. Jiang Hai was a little surprised that this person wasn't dizzy with the $10 million. Didn't they say that the protagonist had a halo that lowered his IQ? Even if the protagonist's IQ was low, the opponent's IQ would definitely be lower than the protagonist's. But recently, Jiang Hai found that his opponent's IQ didn't seem to be lower than his. In the whole world, his physical fitness was absolutely top, but the problem with his IQ was, at least he didn't think that he was very smart. Shrugging his shoulders with Belle, Jiang Hai walked into the elevator first. When the elevator reached their floor, he gave each of them a key and walked into their respective rooms. Because Jiang Hai only brought 4 people with him this time, there were 5 rooms. Not only was there an empty room, but if this room was also a standard room with 2 beds, then it would be a waste. So Jiang Hai asked for a room with 1 big bed. It was good that each person had a room. Walking into his room, Jiang Hai first took a shower and then had a good rest. After driving for a day, although he rested from time to time at the rest station, he still felt a little tired. Not physically, but mentally. Soaking in a hot bath was much more comfortable. After taking a shower, Jiang Hai sat on the sofa and watched TV. After waiting for almost 2 hours, he drove the F-750 to change with Robbins. He didn't want his shield baby to be controlled by other men. His novelty hadn't passed yet. Resting in the cowshed was naturally different from resting in the hotel. Not only was there a cold wind blowing, but there was also a smell of cow dung. There were people in each cowshed, but these people hardly talked because they needed to focus more on their own cows. Jiang Hai also lay on the chair and played with his phone for 2 hours. Belle came to change with him. After returning to the hotel, he had a good sleep. The next morning, Jiang Hai, Robbins, and Belle, who had just returned, went to the cowshed together. Belle and Eleanor Cece were left to guard the cows, while Jiang Hai and Robbins went to the venue. There were a lot of things they needed to confirm here, such as their booth, the security of their booth, the promotional materials, and the protection of the iron fence. If there were any problems, they could immediately ask the organizer for help. Fortunately, the organizers received a lot of money this time and prepared everything very well. The $1 million booth really did have the effect of $1 million because Jianghai didn't have that many cows in the exhibition, only 15 of them. So the place wasn't very big, but the location was the best. After entering the exhibition hall, it was the first third of the street facing the front. There were no private cow sheds next to him. They were all owned by livestock companies. The Cartwright Company, which had a grudge against Jianghai, was behind him, but it took up a lot more space than Jianghai. While Jianghai and Robbins were checking the facilities here, the people from the Cartwright Company also came to check. When they saw Jianghai, the young leader couldn't help but chuckle. Although he didn't dare to accept Jianghai's $10 million bet, it didn't stop him from looking down on Jianghai. A small private manor dared to challenge a big company like his. He had already decided that this time, Jianghai wouldn't be able to sell a single cow. His subordinates naturally knew what he was thinking, so before they came, they specifically explained to the two companies beside Jianghai. Although one of the two companies was in the central and the other in the west, they weren't smaller than the Cartwright Company. But after all, they were in the east, and this was the Cartwright Company's territory. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Besides, they were just giving face and didn't need to do anything. So, Jianghai and the others seemed to be isolated. Jianghai was busy here for a long time. Other than the staff who came to deliver water and ask if there was anything he needed, no one from the two companies spoke to Jianghai again. For others, this kind of atmosphere was a little depressing, but for Jianghai, it didn't matter. Because he didn't plan to talk to others, it was actually good for everyone to do their own things. After a busy day, Jianghai specially ordered a table full of dishes at the hotel where they were staying. This could also be considered as giving his brothers some encouragement in advance. These past few days, Robbins, Belle, and Eleanor Cece, who came to help, were all very tired. Eating a good meal could also warm their hearts a little. On the 21st, the cows were sent to the exhibition area. On the 22nd, the equipment in the exhibition area was inspected. On the 23rd, the cows were released for testing. At 8:00 in the morning on the 24th, the new New York American Eastern Beef Cattle Exhibition officially opened. Although it was not like any other exhibition in China, where there were lanterns, streamers, and firecrackers, since the morning of the 24th, there was a traffic jam on the road near the exhibition hall. Cars drove into the parking lot of the exhibition hall from the intersection. After all, it was a large-scale livestock exhibition, so it couldn't be held in New York City. Although New York City was in the name of New York, it was actually in the suburbs. Not far from New Jersey was New York. However, although it was in a remote place, it didn't stop the enthusiasm of others. Buyers from large Western restaurants, large hotels, large supermarkets, and even small supermarkets all came. All of a sudden, the originally deserted exhibition became crowded with people and carriages. In the sea of people, Jianghai and the others sat in front of their own exhibition hall. Looking at the huge flow of people in front of them and the performance of the other shops, Jianghai couldn't help but smack his lips. He suddenly felt that he was a little too naive. Originally, he thought that the beef cattle exhibition was probably similar to the domestic agricultural products exhibition and recommendation. It was just putting things there, and interested people would come and ask and take a look. That was all. In the winter, he also went to the beef cattle exhibition in Massachusetts, and it was basically similar. But it turned out that he thought too little. At this time, the companies in front of him were not beef cattle exhibitions, but game exhibitions. Chapter 232. Welcome to the Prussian Cattle Company. Our company's beef cattle are all raised in Montana. They drink mountain spring water and eat fresh grass. Their meat is delicious, well-proportioned, and delicate. Please come to our Charles Livestock Company. Our cattle farms are all over the world. We have cattle farms in Asia, Europe, and America. Our beef here is top-notch, and the probability of marbling is very high. Welcome to our Kawasaki Livestock Company. Come to our Suzuki Livestock Company. With the flow of people, many companies officially started marketing their beef fairs. In this era, advertising had always been very important. The sales volume of a product was directly proportional to the packaging and publicity. It was precisely because of this that the production value of the product was not the biggest part of the output of the big companies. The real cost was the cost of publicity. For example, if a movie had a total budget of 100 million yuan, 30 million yuan would be used to pay the actors, 20 million yuan would be used to shoot the movie, and 50 million yuan would be used to promote the movie. Although livestock companies did not burn as much money as movie promotions, they still spent a lot of money. Originally, when Jiang Hai went to see the beef fairs in Massachusetts, he did not feel anything. But now, it was completely different. With the flow of people entering this area, the major companies also launched different activities. Basically, there were three major activities: balloons, banners, and beautiful women. These were the essential elements. At the same time, some of the larger companies would hang a lot of TVs there. They introduced their farms, their companies, their cattle farming, and their business philosophy in all aspects. There were also some developers who specially looked for gaming companies to make some simple games. Not only could they use the app to play it on their mobile phones, but they could also queue up to play it on their Xbox. It was a simulation of how they grew up as a calf. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was not these patterns, but the row of plainly dressed beauties standing at the entrance of almost all the exhibition halls. These beauties basically only wore clothes that could cover the important parts of their bodies. On their heads, they either wore a pair of horns or a cowboy hat. They were dressed in Western cowboy style, cute little cow style, and cute pink style. There were all kinds of beautiful women. There were European, American, Latin American, and Asian beauties. Although it was April in New York and it wasn't time for them to wear this outfit, they still worked hard for their jobs. These girls were either dancing on the booths, handing out flyers to the tourists below, or doing some specific actions in some corners to attract the tourists to their shops. Look at them. Is this what you call an exhibition? Luo Binsi, what do we mean by this? Looking at the girls in front of him, Jiang Hai's eyes never left their long legs and ample bosoms. His eyes were not idle, and his mouth was not idle either. He couldn't help but say to Robbins. This guy was too unreliable, and he actually felt a little embarrassed. Compared to the other booths, Jiang Hai's booth was a little, the location of Jiang Hai's booth was very good. After all, there were only 15 cows in the exhibition hall, and it cost $1 million for 3 days. This location was not the best in this exhibition, but it could be ranked in the top 5. This proved that Jiang Hai was not short of money. But to be honest, even the booths that only cost $100,000 were much more lively than Jiang Hai's booth. At Jiang Hai's place, there were no beautiful women, no banners, no TV, and no advertising. Not to mention, there were no games. There were only 4 men sitting at the entrance, and behind them were 15 cows looking around in a daze. Boss, I don't think we need those fancy things. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins was a little embarrassed. It was not that he didn't think of it, nor was it that he wanted to save money for Jiang Hai. It was because he really didn't have the experience. In the past, he had participated in the New York exhibition, but that was nearly 10 years ago. At that time, people didn't have so many tricks. Most importantly, he was the person in charge of the cattle. The number of cattle that could be placed in the exhibition hall was about 20 to 30, but there were hundreds of cattle that were transported to the exhibition hall. The rest of the cows naturally needed someone to look after them. Robbins, the head cowboy, was the one who looked after the cows in the barn. So, at most, he had heard about the situation here, but he had never been here. As for Bell Luster, well, you couldn't count on him to be here, right? After all, he was still a newbie. Without advertising and TV, it was difficult to keep the eyes and footsteps of the people around him. Some people were interested in Jiang Hai's exhibition hall. They poked their heads in to take a look, then walked out. Because Jiang Hai didn't even have someone to introduce him to. As the boss, Jiang Hai naturally couldn't introduce him. Besides, he didn't know how to do it. Cece was a fisherman, so he didn't know how to do it. Bell was good with guns, but he couldn't talk. Robbins knew these cows the best, but according to Jiang Hai's understanding of this guy, if he wanted to ask for a job, he had to eat for a long time. He even had to treat Jiang Hai to a meal before he dared to test him. It would be strange if this guy would introduce him. So, even if there were occasionally people who came, they would just take a look outside and leave. These people were basically employees of small supermarkets or non-chain restaurants. They didn't have the eyesight to see the quality of these unslaughtered cows. Looking at the deserted Jiang Hai, the group of people from the Cartwright Company couldn't help but laugh. Pathetic nouveau riche, country bumpkin. Especially the guy who was forced by Jiang Hai to bet 10 million, but in the end, he couldn't help but sneer. Even Paul K., who was behind him, who made the 1 million bet with Jiang Hai, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. It seemed that Jiang Hai was just pretending to be tough. With this pathetic popularity, he wanted to win against them. Nonsense. Now, Jiang Hai's perception was much stronger than before. He naturally saw through these people's gazes, but he didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. If you asked him to pull down his face to attract customers, he would really be too lazy to do so. However, he was still a little reluctant to watch his $1 million go down the drain. It was really depressing. Oh, your place is really deserted. Just as Jiang Hai was thinking about whether he should go out to find the girl to come back and make the announcement, suddenly a voice came in from the door. Jiang Hai looked up. Oh, an acquaintance. It was the old man from the supermarket in Boston. With him, there was also the middle-aged man who had met Jiang Hai once. Beside him was a woman who looked to be in her 40s, and behind them was a girl who looked a little timid. Hey, uncle, why are you here? Looking at the old man, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say happily. Our family also runs a supermarket. Why can't I come? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man was not polite. He walked straight into Jiang Hai's exhibition hall and found a seat to sit down. Seeing that his father had come, the family of 3 behind him, who didn't seem to want to come in, had to come in. Robin still had some eyesight and immediately brought chairs for them to sit down. You didn't say that you wanted to come, so let's come together. Seeing the old man sitting opposite him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say. You didn't ask, haha, I have to say, your place is really deserted. Smiling at Jiang Hai, the old man couldn't help but say. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled awkwardly. I'm here for the first time, so I don't know. My cowboys don't have these tricks up their sleeves. Hey, it looks like there won't be any improvement today. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile and mutter. You really have too much money and nowhere to spend it. The location of your exhibition hall is very good. It costs about $1 million. You didn't even do your homework before coming here. Don't tell me you don't even know what to do in these 3 days. Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man asked with some surprise. I know this. Although Jiang Hai didn't prepare any publicity, at least he still looked at the process of the exhibition. This Eastern beef cattle exhibition was mainly for 3 days. In these 3 days, in addition to promoting their beef cattle, dairy cows, and agricultural products, there would also be a selection, the selection of the Beef King. On the first day of the exhibition, it was mainly tourists who came here to visit, or purchasers who came here to look and then vote. Each exhibition hall had 15 numbers, one number corresponding to a cow. Otherwise, why do you think Jiang Hai brought 15 cows? These cows had their own numbers in the central system of the main control room. If the tourists felt that a cow was better, they would vote for that cow. Each person was limited to 1 vote. At the end of the day, the 16 cows with the highest number of votes would enter this year's Eastern Beef King semi-finals. On the second day, it was the PK battle. From the appearance, to the color of the hair, to the body shape, that was to say, judging whether a cow was good or not. 8 out of the 16 cows would enter the finals on the third day. The finals were much more serious, because these 8 cows would be slaughtered on the spot. After all, this was a beef cattle exhibition, not some horsemanship or dog show. The beef cattle here not only had to have a beautiful body shape, but also had to have good meat. The amount of meat produced, the amount of meat, and the probability of marbling appeared were all the criteria for judging. However, even if they won the Beef King, it would be the honor of the cow's owner, because the cow was already dead. In the past, the United States used to exert pressure on Japan through the government. However, in the face of pressure from their godfather, the United States, at that time, Japan firmly rejected these people. As the only beef cow in the world that had a 100% chance of producing marble veins, Wagyu was a 5A level existence. It had always been the strongest existence. Therefore, even if it was a beef show held in the United States, as long as a large Japanese livestock company came, it would definitely be able to enter the top 3. This was the position of Wagyu in the hearts of the people of the United States, and also in the hearts of the people of the world. Just like now, the first place is Wagyu, followed by Jiang Hai's old rival, Carlite Company. The third place is a livestock company called Durif Company, which got more than 300 votes. The second and third place votes added together are not as many as the first place votes. This also shows the strength of Japan's beef. Of course, if it's according to the national nature, then Japan's Wagyu is far behind. You have to pay attention to this Suzuki Company. This is the 3rd time they have participated in the New York Beef Show in the past 10 years. Before this, they won the title of King of Beef. Their company is not a small company in Japan. The probability of their beef having marble veins is also quite high. It's not easy to beat them. Looking at Jiang Hai's phone, the old man smiled and patted Jiang Hai's shoulder. He said with a serious expression, "Thank you, old man. This time, I will give you some beef." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai also reacted. Originally, he thought that as long as he has marble veins, he should be able to kill these beef cattle in seconds, but now it seems that there are still some strong enemies. It seems that the marble veins are not foolproof. He may have to work harder. Give it to me, but if you can sell it to me, that would be great. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man said with a smile, but hearing his words, Jiang Hai was a little confused. What do you want beef for? In Jiang Hai's view, the old man only has a small supermarket. If he wants to eat, he can just give him some. What does he want these for? At first, it was to sell, but I didn't expect that the boss of the Sea Commerce Group would also come to the beef show in person. Just when Jiang Hai was puzzled, at this time, a woman's voice came from a distance. In the eyes of Jiang Hai and the others, a very arrogant woman walked in from outside. This woman's face was very delicate, she looked about 30 years old. She was wearing a black striped woman's suit, a pair of high heels on her feet, and her long blonde hair was tied up high behind her head. Behind her, there were more than a dozen people, but some of them were recording something, and some of them were bodyguards, wearing sunglasses and standing beside her expressionlessly. When Jiang Hai saw this person, he was stunned for a moment, because he seemed to have seen this person before. But at that time, this person seemed to be wearing an evening dress, and her aura was very similar to now, but also completely different. On the other hand, Jiang Hai was wearing an outdoor sportswear at that time, and now, he was also wearing an outdoor sportswear. But what does this woman mean at this time? What the hell is that Sea Commerce supermarket? Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you still recognize me. Looking at the old man who turned around, the woman said slowly. Walton, how can I not recognize you? How is your father? Hearing this woman's words, the old man said with a smile. At this time, the smile on his face was almost the same as when he was talking to Jiang Hai, but if you look carefully, you will find that the aura on his body at this time is completely different from before. My father is fine, thank you for your concern. This woman named Walton, in front of the old man, did not retreat because of the aura. Instead, she opened her mouth and said to the old man in Hua Xia language, which was not very proficient. Listening to this foreign woman, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't say anything. This woman is really funny. In the past, it was very interesting to hear foreigners speak Chinese, and now it seems to be true. But compared to Jiang Hai, some people around him were not surprised, even the middle-aged man next to the old man nodded. Chapter 234. Hearing the woman's words, the old man chuckled and waved his hand indifferently. Well, I have seen everything here. Then I will go first. This is my business card. Remember that you promised me that you would sell me beef afterward. Also, I have already taken care of the food and wine. Don't forget what I want. Patting Jiang Hai on the shoulder, the old man walked away with a smile. After the old man left, Jiang Hai also looked at the business card the old man gave him for the first time. He only saw a name and a string of phone number printed on it. The name is Zhang Dihai. The phone number is not the phone number in the store he is familiar with, but a private phone number. Before Jiang Hai could react, the old man had already left. As for the woman, she came in with her people. I didn't expect that we would meet again. I remember that I gave you my phone number, but why didn't you call me? Walking into the room, the woman named Walton raised her head and said proudly. Oh, I thought you were just being polite at that time, and I didn't think that you would really buy beef. Looking at Walton in front of him, Jiang Hai also put away the business card given by old Zhang. You really don't know me. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman who was still a queen was slightly surprised. Should I know you? Seeing this person's appearance, Jiang Hai asked carefully, he really didn't know her. In fact, not only did Jiang Hai not know her, but the three people around him also didn't know her, otherwise, they would have reminded Jiang Hai. Interesting. Whether you use such a trick to let me know you again, I have to admit that you succeeded. Your acting skills are really good. Then I will introduce myself again. My name is Walton, and I am now the general manager of Sam's Club. Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton said with a serious face. Oh, hello, Ms. Walton. However, listening to her introduction, Jiang Hai was still very confused. He didn't know what Sam's Club was. Why did he feel that this guy was so proud when he talked about it? He had never heard of it before. Well, let's talk business. Although you don't know me, I find that your bowls are quite interesting. Walking into Jiang Hai's exhibition hall, Prawalton said while walking. It seemed that Jiang Hai didn't know her, which really made her feel a little awkward. She hadn't felt this way for many years. Basically, wherever she went in the past, she was the most popular and sought-after person. People like Jiang Hai were really rare. My bowls here are not bragging. The quality is definitely the best here, and I can guarantee that each of them can be killed with the most beautiful marble grain. The total output of premium grade A snow frost beef will not be less than 5%, and the bowls here are not specially selected. The bowls in my manor are basically like this. Hearing Prawalton change the topic to bowls, Jiang Hai also said with a serious face. He was really confident in his bowls. It can be seen that these red flowers here don't have green leaves to go with them. They are indeed a little monotonous. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, others may not believe it, but Prawalton seemed to believe it. It's my first time participating, so I don't have much experience. Listening to Prawalton's words, Jiang Hai explained again awkwardly. Your place is really interesting. We can also help you, but I hope that you can sell your beef to us. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her, Prawalton looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face and said. This is no problem, I also came here to sell these beef cattle. Hearing that she also intended to buy beef, Jiang Hai was not as surprised as he was to Mr. Zhang, because this woman looked at the ostentation, she shouldn't be buying it to eat. Jiang Hai also came here to do business. It is naturally excellent to be able to open a market. We want all the sales rights. But hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman turned her head and said with a serious face. This may not work, because I have already promised Mr. Zhang. If he wants to buy, I will definitely let him buy enough. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai rejected Prawalton's proposal. The reason why he said this was because he really promised Mr. Zhang, and also because he can't put all his eggs in 3 baskets, this is not his style. Interesting little boy, this is my business card, remember what you promised me. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her, Prawalton couldn't help but smile, then she handed Jiang Hai a business card. This business card was almost the same as Mr. Zhang's. A whiteboard business card with only a string of English name, Prawalton, and a line of phone number below. After giving Jiang Hai her business card, the woman waved her hand to the people around her. Then she cast her vote on the cow that old Zhang and the others had voted for. In an instant, Jiang Hai's votes had almost reached 20. The ranking also went from the original nowhere to the top 300 in an instant. Although it is a qualitative leap, the top 300. What's the use? Thank you. Although these votes are just a drop in the bucket, Jiang Hai still nodded seriously. Although your cow is good, if it continues like this, it will be difficult for you to enter the semi-finals by the end of today, so you have to think of a way. Seeing Jiang Hai thanking her, Prawalton, who had already walked to the door, stopped and said to Jiang Hai without looking back. But it's too late for me to find someone to make those things now. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh. Buying some TVs is easy, buying some Xbox is also easy, but the problem is that he doesn't have an app now, and he doesn't shoot videos. These all take time. It also takes time to make those banners and balloons. It may not take much time to find those girls, but don't forget, their clothes are also custom-made. This also takes time. These big companies may have been preparing for a few months before the exhibition began. Now they want Jiang Hai to make a last-minute effort. Is this a joke? Therefore, other than feeling depressed, he had nothing else to say. Doing these conventional things, I guess you have no chance to win the competition, but recently Selena Gomez happened to be in New York. She is creating new music for her band with DJ Zed. If you want to turn the tables, maybe you can go to her. Looking at Jiang Hai's helpless face behind her, Walton said indifferently. But I'm not familiar with her. Thinking about it carefully, to be honest, Jiang Hai has almost forgotten what Selena Gomez looks like. He only remembers that the girl's height is neither tall nor short. In the eyes of the United States, she is indeed not tall. He can't remember what she looks like. He vaguely remembers that she has a square face. Square face. It always feels weird to say that a girl has a square face. Other than that, Jiang Hai really doesn't have any impression. You are not familiar with her. Will she introduce you to me? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton asked with some surprise. I'm really not familiar with her. Jiang Hai recalled that the reason why the girl introduced him to this woman at the cocktail party that day seemed to be because of his relationship with Justin Bieber. He really doesn't know anything else. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton couldn't help but whisper, "You are really a strange person." Then she turned and left. For her, a person who owns a manor and sells cattle seems to have a lot of money, but he doesn't know her. He made friends with Selena Gomez, but he doesn't seem to know her. He didn't even call her, but he seems to have a close relationship with Zhang Dihai of the Sea Commerce Group. Jiang Hai is now a big question mark in Walton's eyes. Am I strange? After watching Walton leave, Jiang Hai also turned his head and looked at Robbins and asked. Sometimes it's a bit. After thinking about it, Robbins nodded in agreement, and then the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. He is such a casual person. He is weak in ambition. He is the kind of person who will never sit if he can lie down. He will never stand if he can sit. It is also a burden for him to think too much. Boss, the quality of the beef cattle in this exhibition hall is surprisingly good. Although I don't know if it is true that all the beef cattle in his manor have marbled patterns, the probability of the beef here having marbled patterns is very high. It is at least a 4-level or above. Regardless of Jiang Hai and others in the exhibition hall, after Walton walked out of Jiang Hai's exhibition hall, a middle-aged man beside her walked to her side and whispered. This middle-aged man is the chief appraiser of Sam's Club. His vision is even sharper than the judges of this competition. For Jiang Hai's cattle, he believes that he will never be wrong. He doesn't know if all the cattle in Jiang Hai's manor have such quality, but at least his 15 cattle are of the best quality. I know, so I want to let him enter the finals. I want to see how good the quality of his beef cattle is. Squinting her eyes and listening to the analysis of her subordinates, Walton's face couldn't help but have a smile. She took the phone from her assistant's hand and dialed a familiar number. Hello, Sister Walton, what's the matter? The phone rang for about a dozen times before a woman hurriedly picked it up and shouted at the other side of the phone. On the other side of the phone, there was loud music that was constantly reverberating. This kind of sound was most likely to come from a nightclub. However, it was still morning and there were no nightclubs open yet. Hello, sister, there is a fun thing, maybe you will be interested in it. Hearing the voice on the phone, Walton also said lightly, but when she said it, her eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.